Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life.
Minute warning, the countdown has begun. You are just moments away from something second to none. You got just 5 minutes with the verbal samurai strikes. Jamming steps in, turning dark into light. Philosophical combat with the tongue you can't contain. Slices through deception like a freight train to the brain. He saw the sun circle, there was no mistake. And target truths are there for you to take. Stay ignorant, keep believing these tall tales, but the true story runs much deeper than conspiracy sales. He was blind, but his mind got stretched like space. Now he ride with the truth at a different pace. Ain't no shame in the growth, evolution's a must. He traded delusion for knowledge and trust. Always honest and sometimes right. Welcome to the home of the Mr. Friday Night. Friday Unplugged, don't sit too close or you'll get wet. You may think you have a choice, you don't. Bet you want truth, then buckle up tight. Ain't no fairy tales here, just real insight. Changing your mind with new info is required. Not worth crying over ideas that expired. Jera breaks the mold, no fold, bold soldier. Questions unfold, answers colder than that shoulder. Used to be flat, now his vision's in 3D. Used to say flatter till he realized it can't be. Unplugged, unfiltered, what you get's never bland. Truth in his hand, wisdom so grand. Chasing mysteries, disproving histories, no scam. Be behind the curtain, he's the man with the plan. Jera's the best, no second guessing or contest. Clever and bold, truth bulletproof vest. He heals from the best coast, of course that's the West. Giving knowledge to the people, yeah, he's the blessed. Break the chains, expand your lanes, thoughts rain. Mind unbuckled, never shackled with the mundane. Paper on the way, never led by the vein. Jera stays real, never plays the fame game.
And welcome everybody to another Jeranism Friday Unplugged. It's going to be a fun one. We don't have a new intro song yet, so we're going to have to wait on that one. So just give it time. It's coming. But you just got to listen to a little bit of AI rap that was strummed up here in the last couple of seconds. So let's get on with the show. It is episode number 8. Believe it or not, already. It seems like this show just started. It is the 28th of February, and it is episode number 8, The Lies, Liars, and Lied To of the Flat Earth. So do I have a lot of Flat Earth listeners left? Obviously, probably not. But we're going to try and get through to them today. Hopefully you guys can share the show with your Flat Earth brethren, friends, and enemies, I guess you could say as well. Depends on which avenue you're looking. So let's see what we got on the plate for today. We're going to go over the, I don't know what you want to call it, Cope Fest that they had today. I don't know. They basically got everybody together and said they were going to give some of the best proofs and debunks of the globe. I probably got through about 45 minutes of it and just said this is terrible and turned off because I see too many lies being told. And then what happens is somebody lies in that group and then you see all their heads nod. Yep. Yeah. And that's where it's just like, okay, so nobody's even calling anybody out anymore. Nobody's going to say that's not really true or that's not how it works. So many examples of that. What's one that comes off the top of my head? Oh, we have Dave Weiss said something about, in the sun, gravity, it holds on to Pluto, but it doesn't do anything to our moon. It's like, no, the moon orbits the sun, dude. Like, I just don't get it. Like, you know these things, and it's not even things that you necessarily have to believe, but you know them. Like nobody says that the moon just randomly just wanders around and there's no gravity holding it. Just understand what the actual complaint is, or what are you complaining about? Are you going to straw man them, or are you going to just say what the real theory says? Because if you're just going to straw man, then of course you can build up a straw man on anything. Who else was I talking to this week that just doesn't get it? Kyle from Globusters, who wants to keep trying to have a conversation with me, but he got to the point yesterday where I'm like, do you realize yet that the flat Earth takes magic? It takes like they want to say, oh well, the globe Earth takes magic. You got to be upside down. You got to be zooming through space. You could think that all you want, but the flat Earth needs, number one, 2 suns. Number one, it needs 2 suns, and number 2, it needs some sort of a mechanism for the sun appearing in another spot, but we don't know what that mechanism is. And then it just doesn't work south of the equator. So the Earth will never be flat. And I mean, is it going to be my job to tell everybody? I guess so, because although we do have a new member of the XFF, no, what would you call it? XFE? I don't know what we're going to call it yet. Former flat earthers. So we've got, obviously, you guys found out this week, Robbie Davidson, who was the one behind the first 3 or 4, I guess, if you count, or even 5 if you count the Canada conferences, or maybe even more that I don't know about. But the original Flat Earth International conferences, he has made a post that he no longer believes in the flat Earth. We had Patricia Steer, the same thing. And then also Paul on the Plane. So if you guys remember Paul on the Plane, he's another one who has voiced his resignation, if you will, from the flat Earth. Now, I did remember I was going to do something real quick. I have to grab a video that I forgot to grab the link for. I got to show this video. So this first thing is going to be a challenge that somebody sent me for Nathan Thompson. Yes, there we go. Nathan Thompson, who, let's see if we can find this here. Yes. What? I don't know what this is. Yeah, I'll talk to Dave after that. Okay, sorry. Let me grab this for you. Here's this. Copy that. Oh, I guess I could have looked in my history. So Nathan Thompson, there is somebody who wants to do a debate with you, if you will accept. But I need to move this over here and get that link. So we will bring this up 1 second. I'm going to put this on here. Okay. And here we go. So this is pretty short, but let me grab this for you. So if anybody, I don't think Nathan Thompson is listening, but if you have a contact with him, if you want to send him the timestamp of this, that'd be great. Where is it? There we go. This one here. Okay, we'll bring this up, and I'm going to move it over here. It's very short, but This is a debate challenge for Nathan Thompson. And here we go. Nathan, if you're listening, this is for you. You can let me know if you want to join this debate. Here we go.
Hey Jeran, it's Wolfie. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the opportunity to present this challenge on your channel. It's a challenge to Nathan Thompson to debate myself, Wolfie, and Robert Greenley on aviation matters as they relate to the shape of the Earth. Robert and I are both licensed pilots, and we see many misconceptions being presented by the Flat Earth community when it comes to aviation. Might I suggest, Nathan, that you invite a wingman, perhaps Flat Earth Banjo or David Weiss. They both seem to enjoy making videos about flight paths. In the past, I have invited each of them to face me in a debate, but unfortunately they declined. Perhaps together we can have a great conversation. What do you say?
Right. And it doesn't need to be a debate. It could be just a open conversation between Wolfie 6020 and Robert Greenley. They're both licensed pilots. If you want to grab somebody with you, Nathan, it could be anybody. If you've got a Flat Earth pilot you want to bring, or maybe Banjo, he's got extensive airline experience, and he did prove the AE map because one time he flew from Florida to Georgia, I think, which proves it. So if you're interested in that, get back with me and we will get that going on my channel. So let me know on that one. That is coming soon. And let's see here what else we got for you. All right. Let me see. Thank you, Robert. You're in the chat. Let's see who's in the chat. We got Scoondrel in the house. That's upside down guy. Or he's had 3 other names too. I don't know. Remember them. Tony Coriolis in the house. November. I see him here. Nick Havoc in the house. What's up? Nick Havoc. We got Max in here. Charlie's in the house. Charlie, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. I'm trying to see if I recognize anybody else. We got, who's that? Goody Lost 2010. Something like that. I see you. Icy Spin in the house. What's up? Yeah, so it looks like, I mean, flat earthers for the most part are just going to tune out from my show. And I if I were them, that's pretty much all you can do. Because if you listen to it, you're not going to be able to remain a flat earther because the earth will never be flat. And it's unfortunate that we thought that it could. But again, this is the thing about the world is in order to make informed decisions, right, you have to have all the info. If you are short on info or you're short on details or you believe something is not the case, but it is the case, then you're going to make an incorrect, well, usually you could get lucky and get right, but you're going to probably make an incorrect assessment of that and you're going to have a faulty belief. Now, when that gets exposed, then it's time for you to wake up and realize that. Oh, sorry, I don't want to show this on the screen right there. Here we go. Bring this back up. So it is Jeranism Friday Unplugged. I'm going to give you a Gerant here to start. There's the unplugged there, which is funny because the sign is not unplugged. It's plugged in. But, you know, don't worry about that. Don't even worry about that. All right. Please do not. Oh, do we have one other thing we got to show you here? Let's see. Just a reminder for everybody that we are actually sponsored, as you might know.
The Flat Earth Sun.
Not that one. Jeez. We are sponsored. Let's get that out of the way. And make sure you get your Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac and leak your data and not really do anything about it for 6 or 7 months. Clock app. Here we go. Enjoy.
What are you waiting for? Get the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and leak your data for months with little to no attempt to secure the Leak and Zodiac Clock app. The #1 way to give your data to hackers. For just $3.99, you can make sure your passwords and home location are available worldwide for any hacker who comes along. Prefer your data remain private? We suggest a different app. However, if you don't care who knows where you live or who has your banking password, then this is the app for you. Small disclaimer, the app is no good south of the equator, which is only half the Earth, so that's not too bad. Please do not use for directions, sunrise or sunset, any angles or anything in the south. However, it does tell the time, so that's cool. Please understand that the map has been falsified, but that won't stop us from continuing to push the app. Learn where you live. Sorry, let hackers learn where you live today. Easily add your crypto address so hackers can change the address to theirs so they can get the coins you think are coming to you. Like hide and seek, but with your coins. not responsible for lost data. If you discover a leak, please contact the app owner and he will get to it in 6 or 7 months. So download the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and leak your data for months with little to no attempt to secure the leak and Zodiac Clock app today. Stay flat.
There you go. So make sure you get that app. And if there, and the good thing is if there's ever any errors or any, you think the data's leaking, if you just contact the owner, he'll get right back to you in 6 or 7 months. So it's not that bad. It will be fine. And if you have to move, that's on you. If you have to move because your information gets leaked, that's on you. That's not on the app. It's your fault that you downloaded it. So $3.99, get it today from the App Store. All right, we've got a low volume on the sponsor. Sorry about that. Was it low? Let's let me see here. Is this, how low is this now? Let's see if this is bad. All right, I'll fix the sound on there. I think it is a little bit low. All right, let's start with the Dirt Ball of the Week. My favorite part of the show. Who will win? And what's really funny is that the list is getting huge to where I actually have to go through. I'm like, man, there's like 6 people to choose from. Sometimes there's 10, and it's like you got to find one. And this was supposed to be the actual singer of the song, but chose not to because it doesn't like division. So don't want to lead him into any division. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about your Dirt Ball of the Week.
Try to be best, well this week you're the man. Yeah, there's no way that you can escape it. Hard to believe you went and did that stuff. Such a dirtball, that's a mistake. History repeats itself. Try hard and you'll succeed. Every Friday when we name another dirtball of the week. You're the best around. Dirtball of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels are just as sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
Oh no, watch out for the shovel. And dink. This week's Dirt Ball of the Week is a sad one for me. Conspiracy music guru, who I thought was a friend, who I've done much business with, but chose to decline being the singer of this song. And then he went and did something even worse than that. We'll get to that next. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this week's Dirt Ball of the Week.
You're the best around. The very best dirtball pound for pound. You're the best around. Not just in your town, you're world renowned. You're the best around. It wasn't even close, you won hands down.
So I don't know about you guys. For me, I've got a pretty rigid code of ethics. And one of those things is that when I've got a friend, I don't share things that other creators might make of them that is disgusting or something like that. So we're going to get into that. I'm going to show you what he shared here in a second.
Around. Devil of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels are just as sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
So I guess what's happened over the last couple of days is that, or maybe it was a week ago or whatever, but Conspiracy Music Guru is upset at me now that he says that I'm lying about him or something. So any lies that you think I've told have not been lies. They might be misunderstandings. But I was on the Drunk Debunk show the afternoon after. We'll watch this rock fall down here. I'm going to have to fix this sound. It's a little loud for me, my ears. But I do enjoy watching this rock hit the tree and knock it down. And then we'll show you what he shared, just a little bit of it, and why I have a problem with it. Really what it comes down to is, let's say that I've got a friend. And that friend has done no wrong to me. Oops, there we go. Sorry about that. If that friend has done no wrong to me, then I have no reason to ever let them face anything that they wouldn't want to face or have to share anything that shouldn't be shared. So, for example, let's say that Conspiracy Music Guru and I are friends, and I'm going through YouTube and I find a video that somebody posted that is full of cursing and saying things about his wife and his children. I don't even know if he has kids. I don't think he does. And himself, and just using gross, disgusting language. Why would I, in a million years, go and take that link and share it with my audience. What would be the point of that? Now, he has some story now that he's like, oh, I shared it because he's unhinged, so I shared it. Well, if it's unhinged, then you might want to put that in the share. Say, hey, look at this guy. He's unhinged, talking shit about one of my friends. Instead, he said, Santos has a problem with Jaron, and put a happy face. And then shares it to his 2,000 watchers or followers. And then I kind of was able to follow along and see that it was shared more times from the people in that group. So it ended up getting seen by thousands of more people than would have seen it if he just wouldn't have shared it. So the reason he shared it, of course, is because of my belief change. Now, he can decline that. That's fine. Oops, you're not seeing the screen. He can decline that. That's fine. But there's really no other excuse. For example, this is what you have to believe if you want to go with his story, that I got back from the trip. First time talking to him since I got back, I sent him a message saying, hey, here's the lyrics to this jingle. If you could do it for me, that'd be great. Here's the background track. That's how we've always communicated. He's just basically said, okay. And he usually gets it done like in a day. He's awesome about that. And instead, this time he said, now that you're a spherical believer, I'm going to have to charge you. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. What's the price for the jingle? And then he came back and said, on second thought, no, I don't want to do it because I don't want to be part of the division. So I said, okay, that's fine. And he's like, well, I should be able to put whatever name I want to it. I get it. Yep, I agree. And so if I went on Drunk Debunk show before he said that, but I said it was because of our belief change. And he said, no, it's not. It's because I don't want to be part of the division. So he says I was lying on that. But here's what you have to believe then. If it wasn't because of the belief change, then you just have to believe that it just so happened to be, after all these years, that the only time he's ever declined doing a song for me just happened to be right after my beliefs change, right after I get back from the trip, right after all these guys have all this bad things to say. So you can believe that if you want. For me, when you've never had the guy turn down one song ever, and he was like saying something about, I don't like how you call people, in the inside the song, you're calling people dirtballs or something. I'm like, yeah, that's the least, that's like so mundane. Dirtball. Yeah, it's not even, there's no curse words in there. There's nothing crazy. It's just dirtball of the week. And then he compared it to Eric Dubé. It's like Eric Dubé's shill list. I'm like, what? No, it's not. Eric Dubé put a bunch of people on a shill list that weren't shills. I'm using dirtball of the week to actually name people who have had a dirtball week. So it's a little different. They are dirtballs. So, Stephen Alonso selling TFE merchandise is a dirtball. Arctic Reflections is one of the biggest dirtballs ever. And in fact, he's in the running for dirtball of the year. I listened to a video that he did yesterday. This is what the guy actually says. He says, if you don't know who Arctic Reflection is, he's a Glober who made a bet with me for $500. And somebody needs to go and teach this guy what happens when you don't pay bets. So I heard his video the other day. He said, and about Jaron, I just don't have the money right now to pay him. And what would he do anyway if I didn't pay? That's what he said. He says, I don't have the money right now. I'd rather it go to the Ukraine. I'd rather pay for the Ukraine war. But the guy has a job. Okay. And when you have a job and you've got income, you probably have some sort of savings. And you think about that before you make the bet. You don't make a bet and then decide after that you don't have money to pay it. That's not how it works. Okay. So you are a dirtball, Mr. Arctic Reflections. And I do think that you should be charged monthly interest, 10% a month. And so far you've already got January gone. Now you got February gone. So you're on to March. And that's even being nice because you should have paid up in June when you lost the bet. So I'm from a world where my grandfather used to tell me, let me know if people don't do this, or, call cousin Jimmy. But again, obviously you live in some Timbuktu country that nobody knows about and nobody cares, but you owe me $500 and you're a dirtbag. Just to let you know that. Back to Conspiracy Music Guru, who actually, what else did he say? Oh yeah. So the other thing he did is he blocked me on Telegram. He claims it's because I said some stuff to him or something, whatever. But he also erased our conversation, which is just weird to me. It's like we have a huge chat history on Telegram, just completely deleted. So for that person to delete the chat, and then he said something about, I've written many songs against Dave Weiss, and he didn't care because he isn't a pussy. So like, I'm a pussy because why? Because you declined doing my jingle, and then I didn't block you. You blocked me. So I'm confused how that makes me a pussy. It's very confusing. Very confusing indeed. Let me show you what he shared. we're just going to play the beginning of it because I don't know who in their right mind, like I said, would ever share this about a friend. Of course, we weren't friends at that time. Now that I realize that, he'd already cashed out. He'd already said, no, I'm not hanging with Jaron anymore. That's why he didn't do the jingle. So this is Santos Bonacci, a shell of his former self. He used to be able to do great presentations. He is a nightmare of a human being now. We invited him to our, somebody else said, oh, Jaron, you can't give Conspiracy Music Guru a hard time because you had Santos Bonacci on your summit. Yeah, Santos Bonacci came to our summit and presented. He did not curse and go crazy like this. Now, if I shared one of his songs where he's saying he's going to, or one of his videos where he says he's going to kill Obama and he's going to kill Mark Zuckerberg, then you'd have a complaint. But he just did a presentation, so it has nothing to do with it. Anyway, this guy is he weighs, I don't know, 64 pounds, probably 67 pounds, somewhere in there, and is just frail and at the end of his rope, and he doesn't have much time left, you can tell. But he continues to put out this kind of content, and then people like Conspiracy Music Guru share it. So let's just watch the beginning of this nonsense, if we don't mind. How good is this song, though? This is a great song.
Hey, friends, here's a little song I wrote about a faggot. A faggot called Jeran. You know, Jeranism, the faggot show.
So wouldn't that be enough for you not to share that to your group? Because if you do share it, you're going to be dirtball of the week. It's a very dirtball move. It shows that you were not friends with the person. Like, there is no way in the world that I would share a video to my audience about any of my friends that starts out like that about them. So weird.
Here's the song. Oh, Jaron is a bimbo. He wears a bimbo's hat. He talks about the Santa Bowl, but he knows that it's flat. He sold his soul for money and paved a road to hell. Has a collection of NASA rockets and keeps them in his pockets. So when no one is looking, he inserts them up his bum. And he sings, oh, NASA, your rocket dildos, a whole bunch of fun. Since all of them fall into the ocean, I may as well put them to good use and grease them as I'm jumping up and down upon.
You look like you're pretty good at that, Santos. You look like you've done that before. Anyway, it's a terrible song. If you want to find it for whatever reason you have issues, go ahead and look for it and find it. I'm not going to share it with you, but you can go to Conspiracy Music Guru. He's obviously sharing it. He obviously thinks it's worthy of share quality. For me and for you guys, I would just tell you this. You should share good stuff and not share shitty stuff. And if you're friends with somebody and there's a video out there that is demeaning to them, calling their dead mother a bimbo whore, calling their wife a whore, calling their son stupid or something, I don't even remember what he said. And then at the very end of the video, he says something about me dying. That's lovely. Let's hear this.
Back. It's like getting your PhD and then going back to kindergarten for 1 year. Jaron, you're a fucking slut. I hope you fucking die, cunt. Soon.
So that's lovely. And this guy wonders why he's dirtball of the week and wonders why I have a problem with that. He's actually trying to argue with me about why he shared that. Well, actually, I just thought he was unhinged, so, you know. Shut up. You are the dirtball of the week, and by far the dirtball of the week. There was a lot of people. It was going to be Santos. Santos, like, you get this. Santos is just mouthing off, being a dirtbag, right? But to share that is like a cognitive choice, and Santos isn't my friend. Do you see the difference? Santos is not my friend. There was somebody who was my friend, but no longer. He blocked me. That's good, because I don't want to talk to him anymore, and I will no longer use any of his music or, you know, highlight him at all, because I don't do that to non-friends and people who share bullshit. So anyway, let's get on with it. You are, for sure, the dirtball of the week, Conspiracy Music Guru.
You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down.
All right, on with the show. Let's get started here. So let's go with a Durant to begin us, if we will. I think so. That's what we want to do. So how do I start this off? All right. Because I think people are not quite gathering what this means, or don't understand where I'm coming from. Even listening to this show today, which was a get together of a bunch of people that are going to continue lying to you and not being able to see the truth. The truth is out there, and now the things that we didn't know about before, we now know about. So if we know about them now, then you can make informed decisions like Robbie did, like Patricia did, like Paul on the Plane did, like Nick Havoc did, like, I Am the Craig did, and there's a bunch of other people that, are starting to see it. And then they all say the same thing. Once they get out and they start looking back, they're like, holy shit, how was I ever part of that community? Because when you're on the outside looking in, these people are unhinged. Okay. So I'm allowed to change my opinion. Okay. End of discussion. That's called growth. It's called evolution. It's called being a man. That's called having a spine, if you will. So if you've got a problem with that, or if you think I should stay trapped in some sort of a bullshit belief just because I once held it, you can fuck off. You understand me? Fuck all the way off, please. So let's talk about these fake ass friends that are everywhere for a second, because I see you guys. I see the backstabbing. I see the whispers. I see the bullshit online posts. I see you in chat. Today I saw somebody, a spicy person, who used to be friends with me, used to have all the nice things to say, but then today is talking shit in the chat. Of course, these people were never friends if they're just able to turn on you in a second. It's all right. I get it. But the thing is, these people act like they're good people. Like Flat Earth makes you good people. No, it makes you terrible cult members. That's what it does. Okay? Acting like you were down with me and then obviously changing that up. We're, making me think we're some sort of ride or die kind of group. And no, the moment I start thinking for myself is, the moment I stop parroting the same old shit that you guys are, well, you throw me under the bus. So guess what? You proved that you guys were never my friends. That's all it comes down to. Friends will ride with you even when you don't agree. Friends respect whatever journey that you're on. And you guys, you just want a puppet, a mouthpiece, or somebody who never questions shit. So let me make something extra clear and clear as possible. I don't owe anybody a damn thing. I'm doing the best I can to try and inform the people that I may have moved to a faulty belief, that I no longer have that faulty belief. But when they choose to stay there, despite what I'm showing them, that's on them. Okay? I don't owe you my loyalty. I don't owe you my silence. I don't owe you my mind. That's for sure. So if something that I believe doesn't hold up to scrutiny, then I have every right to walk away from it without pressure from you, without being, called names, thrown under the bus. That's fine. If that's what you guys want to do, go there. And if you can't handle me changing my mind, if you're too weak-minded to think for yourselves, that sounds like a you problem, not me, right? So as the people who have watched me for years know, that I'm not here to make you feel comfortable, okay? I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to help you feel better about your delusions. I'm not here to do anything other than find the truth, speak the truth, and stand on it wherever it may be. Let me explain what you got in this world. You've got people who are telling their audience what their audience wants to hear. You got people who are making money off an audience by presenting what they want to hear. And then you've got people like me that say the truth regardless of what it does to my audience, regardless of what it does, obviously, to my friends who just, can't take it, can't take the truth. I get it. So let me tell you what the real cancer is here in the Flat Earth. The real cancer is lies. Okay? Not just the lies themselves, but the liars who spread them. And it's unfortunate, but the stubborn people that don't realize they're being played. If you want to see how good Christians are, or you want to see how good Flat Earthers are, go to Robbie Davidson's post on on Facebook, and read the comments. People like Shelley Lewis, who I like Shelley Lewis. I've always liked her, but she obviously is not a friend of mine now because I'm sure she's talked shit about me. I haven't seen that yet. Maybe she hasn't. But she was actually in the comments of his video asking for a refund for the conference that was 7 years ago. Guys, if you pay money to go to a conference and then the head of the conference decides 7 years later that they no longer believe what the conference was about, you don't get a refund. That's not how life works. Why would you ever think that? So it's one thing to be wrong. Okay, I was wrong. I admit it. I'll admit it every day for the rest of my life. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. But it's another thing to double down on straight up bullshit when the secrets are out. I mean, the evidence is there now. Okay? So if you're going to double down on bullshit, even when the truth is slapping you in the face, then these so-called truth seekers ain't seeking a damn thing. They're actually cult leaders with a grift. That's what they are. They're selling DVDs, selling apps, pushing merchandise. Excuse me. And they're feeding you guys nonsense because they know you'll eat it up. So it's pretty sad to see. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to point out the lies of the flat earth. And hopefully you can see where there is no viable method for the earth to be flat anymore. It will never be flat. Mark my words. It will never be flat. Ever. So if you're in the flat earth, you are either just wasting your time or you choose to die believing a lie. Either one. It can't be flat. You'd think that you'd take my advice, being that I've done this for 10 years, like, oh, if anybody knows flat earth, it would be Jaron, right? Yeah, you'd think that. But no, they all act now like I'm dumb or something. What's his name? Kyle was like trying to teach me flat earth the other night. I'm like, what are you doing? I know how the flat earth works, dude. I know how it works. Okay, we've got serious problems in the flat earth. Like the South Pole is a huge problem. And there's just people that aren't smart enough, I guess, to wake up. I don't know what their problem is, but it's not my job to convince somebody of anything. It's my job to present information. And then if they choose not to believe it, that's on them. So the people that have been lied to, right? I get it. It sucks to admit that you've been fooled. It burns, hurts your insides. But if you stay in a lie just because you've spent years believing that, that isn't truth seeking. You're no longer a truth seeker. You are an ego protector. Okay? At some point, you got to ask yourself, am I here for the truth, or am I just addicted to the feeling like I know some secret that nobody else knows? Which one is it? Okay? Because if you're really about truth, then it doesn't matter if it makes you uncomfortable. It doesn't matter if it ruins your brand. It doesn't matter if it means admitting you were wrong. That's what I was faced with. I said, well, I'm going to lose money if I do this. I'm going to lose friends if I do this. I'm going to lose prestige if I do this. But it's the truth, and so you do it. The truth doesn't give a goddamn about your feelings, and really neither do I, to be honest with you. So you guys can keep talking your shit. You guys can keep crying in your groups, in your chats, making dumbass memes, throwing little tantrums, crying and complaining. I do not give a fuck. I will never be held hostage to you weak-minded cowards who are afraid to evolve. Evolution is a good thing. Okay? Evolving with your beliefs, with the changing of evidence that's presented, is a good thing. So this is my journey. It's my voice. It's my mind. It's my show. And if that makes you mad, well, good. I mean, what else are we going to do? Ladies and gentlemen, today is the Friday the 28th. It's time for the #1 show on all of YouTube. It is Jeranism. Friday Unplugged. Are you guys ready? Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride because we got some liars to expose. Let's do it. Go.
F you to the stress, to the grind, F you to the haters. Every time F you to the drama, to the hype, F you to the mainstream, pushing lies. Unplugged from the matrix. It's Friday night, unplugged with Mr. Honest and sometimes right. F you to the left, to the right, and F you to the elite parasite. F you to the noise, F you to the fakes, F you to all you weak snowflakes. Friday unplugged, unfiltered and real. Are you offended? How you feel? F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. F you to the sleep, F you to the woke, to the trolls in the chat, you're an effing joke. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism, Friday Unplugged. This ain't a trap house, but your mind's getting drugged. Time for Jeranism, Friday Unplugged.
All right, let's get it going now. We got a good show for you. I lost my screen. There it is. All right, welcome to Friday Unplugged. It's time for an expose on the liars, the lies, and those lied to in the flat earth. And that's the problem. Lies is the cancer. So we're just going to start. I did have a couple things that I noted down. Like I said, I only listened to like 45 minutes of it and just gave up. Said this is not, they have nothing. And so here's the thing. If you are a flat earth believer, you need to recognize when you're on the losing team. Okay? Sometimes in life, there's no scoreboard. If there was a scoreboard, it would be infinity to zero. But if there is no scoreboard, so you need to figure out the score on your own. And it comes down to making predictions. That's going to be an example of something that is a good, let me see here, a good team. If your team is making predictions, if your team is getting things right, if your team is not having to invoke second suns that have never been seen. By the way, for those who think there's a second sun, it's never been seen. Okay, nobody's ever zoomed in, seen a sun with sunspots, zoomed out, then zoomed in on the other sun, and there's also sunspots there. But that's what you have to believe if you are going to remain a flat earther, which is crazy. I don't know why anybody would believe that. I don't know why people would believe that there's a magic place called the South Celestial Pole where the stars circle around it, and underneath that's the South Pole, when it doesn't work on a flat Earth. So those are facts. Period. I don't know if you guys saw Duffy go on Flatzoid's show and try to ask him where's the South Pole, and all hilarity ensues. Because there's no such place on the flat Earth map except for all the outside of the ring. But let's bring this over here. We're just going to look at a little bit of this. Okay. All right, there we go. So this was their show today. They started out having some people on here, and let me go to the first part that I had, which is 18 minutes, I believe. See what we got here, about here. And see
Lies is being curious and looking at the luminaries, looking outside, looking at perspective and optics. And, you know, I've been in this whole thing to connect with other people seeking the truth across many different topics. And, you know, I haven't been budged by TFE. You know, TFE says, like, we conclusively.
So he just said, I'm looking for the truth, but I haven't been budged by the evidence that shows that I don't believe the truth. Okay, that's close.
Proved it's a globe. It's like, no, you looked at an optical phenomenon.
They never said they proved the globe. So again, if we're going to straw man people, that nobody has ever claimed that that proved the globe. It falsified the AE map, which is the only flat map that will ever be. And I can't keep harping on this. This is why it's kind of like the last time I'm going to do this. If flat earthers want to remain believing in something that's been debunked, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I felt responsible at first. Like, I don't want anybody to be in flat earth and be like, well, Jaron put me here, but then they didn't know the facts that they should get out. So I've done enough now. I'm not going to continue to get up here and speak to people who don't want to hear the truth. It's not the point. I'll move on. I don't need to harp on this. It does me no personal good. No personal good comes from me continuing to repeat to you why you need to get out of flat earth. It doesn't do me any personal good. Okay, let's continue with this.
And you're making assertions that you know something, but this whole battle began.
Who's making assertions that they know something when people are invoking second suns, apparent suns, moving them 30,000 miles, putting them, where the globe says they should be, and then saying, we predicted it.
And when man didn't know what the heavens were or how the, sun does what it does or what it is, and they started making up stuff about it. And, I'm not gonna budge, because the truth is what I'm after, not pleasing men. So
wow. The truth is what you're after, but not pleasing men. So the truth, the evidence is right in front of you. You can go figure it out on your own, that the sun goes right to left in the south, left to right in the north, straight down at the equator. It only conforms to that of a sphere. There isn't even another shape that you could do that would give you the optics that we get, or the observations that we get. I've shown you and directed you to the Andrew Marsh globe model, which shows you that everything jives, everything is correct. Again, how many times do I have to explain to you that you cannot put people in let's say people live on a flat earth, and then you tried to move them to a sphere in their heads. You could do that because the sphere is so big you wouldn't be able to really tell. But the problem that you then have is the observations. The observations would never match. If you actually lived on a flat earth, and then they mapped it onto a sphere, the observations are not going to match that sphere. Okay? The fact is, the observations match the sphere. This is why there's no flat earth map. You would think if it's that easy, right? They all say, oh, they just reverse engineered the sky. Then go reverse engineer the sky on a flat map. The reason you can't is because it never works on a flat map. So you are believing, if you're still a flat earther, you are believing liars who continue to say the same lines, parrot the same lines, despite being told they're incorrect. That's on them. Let's continue.
I'm proud of all y'all for staying calm, not attacking people who are attacking us. And the truth is going to keep rising to the top. So just stay steady, and thank you for what you guys do.
Okay, that was one. Let's go to the next one. We got 21 here. Somebody's going to talk about southern stars. Oh, I think this is Dr. Zach that came out of nowhere, who's also not a doctor. They don't mind that, though, right? Anybody else that calls himself. Yeah. So on the flat earth side, we have Dr. Zach. We have Dr. Stephen Alonzo. Neither of them, I don't think, are doctors. And yet nobody has a problem with that. But if you've got Professor Dave, everyone calls him not a professor. Oh, this guy's a liar. Just notice that this is clear hypocrisy.
Like having, third thoughts, that they are privy, or maybe they didn't look into that enough. And I think that's the biggest thing, because that seems to be the argument for people at this point, that they witnessed what they saw. And at the same time, that's been mentioned to me about the rockets that were going up. So
what about
again,
it, Rick?
None of this, from my standpoint, whether or not it's the star trails or not, whether or not what happens in the sky, it doesn't negate the fact that we've tested the water. We've tested everything.
It does. It's called evidence, and evidence leads you to a conclusion. And when you test the ground, you're like, we've tested the ground. Yes, you've tested the ground, and the ground is flat and level for what you've tested. And you haven't seen anything. You haven't seen 500 miles from 10 feet high. You haven't seen that. Today I had to go, speaking of liars and lies, I don't know if you guys saw this. I'll bring it up real quick. On Facebook today, I logged on, and the first thing I see is Nathan Thompson. He's at the top of some mountain or some hill, and he is showing everybody that he can see Atlanta from there. Now, so since I've now woken up to what's going on in this community, I know right away, oh, that's a lie, right? It's like, right away, because it just is impossible. So you bring this up here. Can you see that? Sorry. See if you're looking at the right thing. Come on. Oh, you had to go to this screen instead. All right. What does that say? Oops. I don't know what that said. I closed it. All right. So he says Brasstown bald to Atlanta 80 miles. He says down here, infrared picked it up nicely despite it not being a clear day at all. Hashtag end globe religion. Okay. So then he shows that he can see Atlanta from there. But again, then you look into it and you realize that he is standing 4,700 feet high. I don't remember. Is that what my post says? Yeah, I think it's 4,700 feet. So when you do the math on that, you figure out that you are supposed to see all of Atlanta because the curvature of the earth, or the limb of the earth, doesn't start until about 90 miles, and he's 85 miles away. So it's just these kind of lies. Now, everybody that sees, look how many times this has been shared. It's been shared 399 times, 908 comments. Let's see the comments on here. So when you're like, this person, nice work, nice job, man, way to go. You filmed something that's completely fine on a globe. I love it. Globers can't fake this one. Good job. So this is the problem. You guys are dumb. You're not even skeptical at all about what he's saying. Let me tell you right now, if a flat earther's telling you that they see some crazy distance, you better be skeptical, because they have no issues lying. They just don't. Let me see if we can see more comments here. Oops, here we go. See here. Oh, there's some people now chiming in. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an explanation for everything. The answer to this question is assuredly not that the earth is flat. Correct. Globers still believe in a round bald and the moon landing, even if NASA said they lied about it and told them that they can't leave the earth because of the firmament. Again, these are just some nonsense claims. But the lights in the sky prove we live on a spinning pear. I mean, it's ludicrous what is going on. And once you get out of it, you're like, holy shit, was I a part of this for 10 years? Am I responsible for this? Am I part of this? Here's somebody. Hi, science teacher. Height above sea level, 4784. Height of Atlanta, 1040. Pythagorean theorem, they figure out that it's just fine. So this is crazy that people will post things like this. Now, what he's doing is being clearly deceptive. Why would you post something like, look, I can see this, hashtag end globe religion, and then you know that your audience is going to come in and think that you did something that's flat earth related. You did not do anything but show an observation that the globe says is completely possible. Okay? That's why I told him in my post, I said, why don't you go down to 10 feet and see if you can see Atlanta? Bet you won't, because guess what? When you come down to 10 feet, you just replace the 4,700 feet that you were just on, now becomes the height that the Atlanta is below the curve. Guess what? There's no buildings that are 4,700 feet tall, so I guarantee you, you will not see that distance. And they won't even try. Why? Because they know it's not. They know it's not flat. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. This is how this guy makes money. He gets little Jeeps to drive around, or what has he got? A little RV. So, and then you see things like this and you feel bad because you're like, these guys got it right. It's hilarious to me how gullible these flat earthers are. In order to truly see the curvature, you need to stand at the exact same elevation as the object you were filming. Brasstown bald is 4784 again. So again, it's just crazy to me that people will take the 8 inches per mile squared and they'll say, oh, so it's 85 miles and 8 inches per mile squared on that, and it comes out to this amount of curve. Oh, it should be that far below. No, he's standing up 5,000, almost a mile high. There's somebody saying, try this from the ground, genius, not from a mountaintop. I feel so smart right now. Right. At a 4784 foot elevation to the observer, how much should be hidden from Georgia 80 miles away? The answer is 0. 0 should be hidden. The horizon is 90 miles away. So this is the group that you've chosen to be with. This is the group that you continue to be with, even though you should listen to me because I've been in that group. Okay. Now you might ask, well, Jaron, did you do the same thing? And the answer is no, but I'm starting to realize that I might be very, very alone in that. Okay. I never lied to people. I never said, oh, this is the distance from here. And I just forgot to mention that no, I went through it and showed you, here's the height above sea level. Here's where we were. Here's what we saw. Here's what it should be. Here's what refraction says, and gave you the details. To just say this is just to try and lie to people, try to confuse people. You hope they just see this. And then here's what I also know. So when you're a flat earther, you actually don't like reading comments when you think they might be from Globers, because you don't want to be called names. You don't want to get into an argument. So you just kind of look at the post. Okay, yeah, I saw far distance, flat earth confirmed. And then you move on, right? Of course, that's not the way that you should do things. But I get it, because it's hard to listen to people who talk shit about you. However, now I'm telling you that it's not just that they're talking shit about you, it's that they're right. Okay? If they're right, you should know that. And get out while you can. All those guys that were on that show today, and I don't remember their names, we can go back to that page. But all these guys are just doubling down. They've decided in their own head, because there's no way they can look at the evidence that I've been giving, or else say to them, well, I know that Ian hasn't watched my show. Like I know a couple other people that I've been talking to. And then I'm like, dude, have you been watching my show? Don't come to me and ask me questions and ask me why I changed my beliefs. If I've done 8 shows now in a row where I've told you exactly why, I've given you the evidence that is now yours to take and do what you want with. If you choose not to watch me, then don't come asking me questions. You're on your own. Okay? Let's look at another thing here. I have to bring this up. Daryl Marble's on here too. Daryl Marble, who should be worried about all the people. I guess he's already... Maybe people aren't after him anymore. But if people don't know, he ran some scam for months, years, where he had recruited over 1,000 people to pay hundreds of dollars into some multi-level marketing Ponzi scheme that I, for 2 years, told him and Curtis, you guys are involved in a scam. The bottom will fall out. I will, you're going to steal all those people's money. Oh yeah, you're just jealous. We have 700,000, we have 7,000 or $70,000 in the bank, and you don't have nothing. And we've got all these people underneath us, and they're all happy. And that's what him and his buddy were telling me. And I said, yeah, I know that. And you're like, dude, we made money. You want to see our bank account? No, I know how Ponzi schemes work, jackasses. It works by paying the people there early, and then all the people that come after you that you're recruiting will have the bottom pulled out from underneath them. And that's exactly what happened. And then they went into hiding for 6 months. Now he's back out to talk about flat earth. You should go take care of those people that you robbed of all that money and then give them some of the money that you took from them. All right, let's show you this. We got to go to GeoGebra. Cue up the Home Depot Earth sound effects or whatever people got. What do we go here? Do I have to sign in? And I don't remember what I use. Google? We'll find it 1 second. I think it's this one. Yeah, GeoGebra is a good site because it's free. I love free sites. How do you go to your save stuff? I don't even know how to do this. Go to open. Open from where? Home Depot Earth. There it is. I see it. All right, so let me show you this real quickly, and we will zoom into this. All right, so we're going to move this over here. And you should be able to see that. Yes, let's go to this one, though. Just going to show you something. And I'm going to harp on this fact over and over and over and over and over again. Despite what your girlfriend told you, or ex-girlfriend now, despite what your mother told you, size matters. The Earth is freaking huge. And that makes a difference. So we're going to zoom in here to the Earth. You'll notice that it's at 903,520. That is the radius of the Earth in feet. Okay. Oh, what's this in here? This is a Home Depot. You'll notice that we've set this Home Depot here. And if you might notice that when we set the Home Depot here, it is flat. Notice it is not curving. It's flat. It's on a sphere, but it's flat. Let's look at the next Home Depot next to it. Guess what? It's flat. Let's go to the next one, though. The next one's got a curve, right? Nope, it's flat. Wait, but Jaron, it's a sphere. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to tell you. Let's change to football fields. Football field there. It's flat. How about the next football field? It's flat. How about the next football field? It's flat. How about the next football field? It's flat. Now, do you understand yet that I could take this football field and I can place it just like that on the entire sphere and come back to where I started? if you aren't smart enough to get that, that's on you. That's on you. There is no curvature there. The curve of the earth is so slight because the earth is so big that we don't even need to deal with it. And yet people are like out there like, "Whoa, what do we do? I mean, you know, the ground below my feet is flat." Yes, right. If you stand on this football field, the ground is very flat below your feet. Now you might be saying, "Well, Jaron, how?" You can actually get in here and see the height of what I'm talking about. If you're looking at, here's 520. So this is only 15 feet high. Okay, this line here is 15 feet high. And as you back up, you'll see, look how far we have to back up. Now this is, C 520 to 650. This is 120 feet high. Keep going back, keep going back. You'll notice there's a green line here. And as I zoom, look at there. You can still see all those places there. Zoom, 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 zoom. It still looks pretty flat to me. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Get in here in the middle. Zoom, zoom. Wait, why is it still flat? Those things are tiny in there. Oh, still flat, still flat, still flat. And then you can see where the green line varies. Okay, so the green line doesn't start falling off of the earth here until pretty far. You know, so if you look here, that is how far over. That is, can I see the, oh, it's gonna be here. That's 220,000 feet from the axis there. So 220,000 feet is like what? 40 miles, 45 miles? So people are looking way too small. They don't understand that size matters. They can't comprehend an Earth that big, and they really think that. I mean, there's somebody who's trying to bet FTFE $20,000 because they can't understand that. They're like, well, what do we build? That if we built stuff, it would have to go out into space. No, we don't build anything like that. How do you not get it? And here's the thing. I know I've done the math for you again, but I'm just going to do it one more time. If you're looking at 660 feet, which is these two last football fields. Okay, so look at these two football fields from here to here. Okay, in that 660 feet, there's only 1/8 inch. Everybody who's at home right now, hold your fingers out like an inch. You got an inch in your hand. Now make it 1/8 of that inch. And you should have a little sliver that you could barely slide, you know, your ID through. That 1/8 inch is all the curvature there is across the entire two football fields. Now, if you move to the next two and you build two more, do you need to take into account anything other than what I just said? The answer is no. In this 660 feet, the curvature is 1/8 inch. If you move to the next two, it's 1/8 inch. Move to the next two, it's 1/8 inch. The only time it would ever matter what you're talking about when you do some long distance is if we stood here at the very first one and said, now let's measure to the 20th one or the 50th one. And you're like, oh, there's a certain amount of drop and there's this. Yeah, but we don't care about that. We don't need to know about it. I mean, you should know about it so you know that you're on a sphere, but there's no reason that you need to. And then people say, oh, well, maybe they made the sphere so big on purpose so that we would think. No. Again, take your elevation angle to Polaris tonight. Mine is 37. Then go to a map, find a place directly north of you that's 69 miles away. Drive there. When you do, retake your angle to Polaris and it will be increased by 1 degree because you're going north. So if it increased 1 degree in 69 miles, anybody want to take a guess of what 69 miles times 360 is? And if you said this circumference of the Earth, you'd be correct. Okay, so these are not questionable anymore. You can go and determine this. Call a bunch of friends, however many you have, and say, can everybody do this favor for me? Can you drive can you drive 69 miles directly north, stay on the longitude line? And can you tell me how much your North Star goes up or down? And when they say, oh, increased by 1 degree, and everybody says the same thing, then guess what? Now you've proven that the Earth is of that circumference. What else could it be? We know that perspective doesn't work that way. I want you to go out today, find something tall in the distance, and start walking towards it, and you tell me if there's a certain amount of degrees that it changes every certain amount of steps. The answer is no, because as you get closer to something, it will get bigger faster, right? So think about you're walking to a high-rise building. If you're far away, as you walk to it, it's going to just get bigger slowly. It's going to get bigger slowly, but as you get much closer to it, it then starts increasing its size very quickly. Well, the stars don't work that way. So you've got this other side telling you that the stars are perspective when they're not, because perspective doesn't work that way. So it's pretty weird that if 1 degree every 69 miles and that works for everywhere on the Earth, then that tells you that we can all multiply that by 360 and get the circumference. Okay? That's pretty easy to figure out. So let's get back to, I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. Just the fact that it's 1/8 inch should tell you And I think somebody in this, I think I wrote it down here, the time slot, but somebody says in this little conversation that they're having, they're like, oh, and all railroads and all tunnels and all bridges and all canals are all built without the curvature of the earth. Yeah, look what I just showed you. Look what I just put on the screen. Why would they need to take the curvature of the earth into account? You don't need to. When you're building a bridge, do you build with sections longer than a football field? Absolutely not. You don't have any sections longer than a football field. They're like one rigid piece. So as you're moving, you just keep building where you're at, and it's always level. Do you understand? If you went into a Home Depot, nobody's saying we live in a Home Depot earth. It's just the best example that I could think of a very flat floor that people might recognize in their head and go, oh yeah, a Home Depot. Yeah, so if we put a level here, it would say what? Level. And if we put a level here, guess what it would say inside this store? Level. And if we put a level here, what would it say inside this store? Level. How about on this football field? Level. How about on this football field? Level. Yeah, but Jaron, it's on a sphere. Yeah, I know that. I recognize that when you zoom out of the earth, that all of a sudden you realize, oh, it's a sphere. Oh, it spheres around. Now, we're used to seeing balls like basketballs, baseballs, my huge testicles. We're used to those kind of things. And so those have plenty of curvature. So we can't grasp the idea of a sphere so big that it changes in its curvature so little that we don't ever notice it. Okay? This is why airplanes don't nose down. You've heard this whole thing, right? Oh, an airplane would have to nose down. An airplane would have to nose down. If an airplane noses down, it loses altitude. The plane is flying above the earth, so it doesn't want to lose altitude. It just adjusts by that 1/8 inch every 660 feet. Easy. That's how the plane was built. That's why it's called a plane. It flies above the plane of the earth. All right, let's go back to these guys and continue on with the next lie.
On the surface side, from Salt Lake to Great Lakes to oceans to altitude footage to Jay Tolan's infrared stuff. All this stuff shows beyond a reasonable yeah, it's flat. It's completely flat. There is no curvature, and that's the whole thing. It's like
right. There is no curvature from the human scale. That's what I just showed you. So imagine now instead that picture that we were looking at of GeoGebra is that this right here is the ocean. Well, when you zoom in, oh, you can't really see because I'm off. Let's see if we there we go. You can at least see some of it. So imagine this is the ocean. So everywhere there the ocean is flat. Do you think you're going to notice in 660 feet of ocean, you're going to notice 1/8 inch of curve? What do you mean? There's waves bigger than that. So you'll never notice it. You just won't notice it. And it's kind of embarrassing that I have to say these things, and you should hear them and go, oh, I never thought about it that way. I wonder why the Globers didn't voice it that way, but Jaron's making sense. Now I see why he's changed. Okay, I might have to look at my beliefs again, but no, you can't bring yourself to do that. You'd rather just call me names, throw me under the bus, say that I'm compromised, say it must be something. They're either dumb or they took the money or something. No, it's just that I can review evidence and you're too stupid to. That's the real truth. Let's continue.
We're ignoring the fact that we've actually shown there's no curve, and now we're talking about lights in the sky.
Yeah, because sometimes the earth might be so big that it's hard to show people the curve, but then if there's a light in the sky that has a known path, then you can use that known path to determine if where you're standing is what the map says or not. If you guys can't get that, I've said this 8 times in a row, 8 shows in a row. This will be the last.
And
exactly.
Nathan went over this the other night. They kept bringing up these red herrings. He called them red herrings. There's certain things. It's like you want to talk about all this stuff up here, but let's talk about what's going on right here first.
Okay, we talked about the ground. It's curving at such a rate that you're not going to notice it. So we go to something easier to determine. And what do you know? The sun tells us exactly where we live. God's one and only Son that he put here to be a guiding light that all you Christians fail to realize what the Bible's talking about?
Because I think there's a correlation between the two, and I think we're all missing without having humility, without having...
I mean, this is what the crazy thing is that this is them admitting that the sky proves the sphere. Right? We don't want to look in the sky because we have a belief that we don't want to be wrecked. So we've been going for 10 years and been able to say the ground's still flat. So can we keep saying that? Sure, you can keep saying that. Keep saying that. And if that's what you want to base everything off of and just forget other evidence, that's fine.
Humbleness and without having a...
Oh, that's humble. It's humble just to ignore other evidence for only the evidence that you matches what you want to believe. That's humble.
Willingness to learn.
Willingness to learn, right? You have no willing to learn. What happened to you, Rick Hummer? It's the religion, isn't it?
You're missing the whole point.
No, you're missing the whole point. The whole point is the truth. Your point is you need the flat earth to be true. Do you understand the difference between me and you? I don't care what the truth is. I just want the truth. I found the truth. I'm trying to tell you guys, and you guys are just stubborn as hell. Like, no, I'm not going to listen to this.
Of what this is. This isn't about we're right, you're wrong.
No, it doesn't have to be about that.
And that's what I think I see happening is this tug of war of, well, we did this test. Well, okay, what about all these other tests?
But isn't that the same thing you just said they're doing?
What about all
exactly? That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, they're trying to prove that the Earth is round by looking at the sky, and now they're acting like it's okay. We can just look at the sky and prove the round Earth.
Nobody said anything about proving anything.
They have been talking about this for 10 years, and suddenly, you just look at the sky and the Earth is round. Come on, Jaron. I mean, I respected you for 10 years, but not anymore, buddy.
Right. You didn't respect me. You respected me for 10 years until I said something that went against your preconceived beliefs. But the great thing about where I'm at is I stand on the truth and I stand on the evidence, and you guys make it up. And you have a truth that you want to be true, and you're trying to force that down people's throats.
I'm so sorry about this. I draw my line. I'm sorry.
You draw your line at the globe. I understand that.
I don't care.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you believe the Earth is flat, then?
I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat, and I can prove it.
Know it is. That's it.
I mean,
to 25 minutes. I want you to hear this.
I mean, what we see is just an optical illusion caused by refraction.
What is an optical illusion caused by? I want to go back. I want to make sure I missed what he said.
Opposite direction, but in reality, it's proof of the globe from the flat Earth perspective. Southern,
okay, here we go.
As it crosses the equator into the southern hemisphere, but this isn't proof of the globe from the flat Earth perspective. Southern star trails only appear to move in the opposite direction, but in reality, they still rotate around Polaris.
So he just said that the stars that appear to rotate around the south are just an optical illusion, that actually they rotate around Polaris, going the other way. If you can't see that these guys are just full of themselves and so full of shit that they're trying to pass it on to you, okay? They're trying to pass the bullshit on to you by saying that it's an optical illusion, and then they'll throw it in your face. If I say that, they'll be like, well, Jaron, it's they say the sun is refracted up, so it's an optical illusion too. So they're talking about optically, they're just moving the sun up a little bit above the horizon when needed, or when, that's the way it works with refraction. But then what you guys are saying is that the entire southern stars are actually really going the other way, that they're really going around Polaris, which doesn't match at anything, but they look like they're going around another spot in the south, which happens to be 180 degrees opposite of the North Celestial Pole. Do you understand? You are the ones with the fantastical, make-believe, fairy tale world that you're trying to pass on to other people. You're trying to pass on that the globe is the fairy tale. Well, and I will say that if you're looking from my perspective a year ago, I would say, yes, the globe certainly seems like a fairy tale. We live on a ball and things pull to the center and we fly through space. I get it. Seems like a fairy tale. But when the evidence goes there, that's when you must adhere to the evidence and not just the whims of your mind. The evidence says the Earth is a sphere.
What we see is just an optical illusion caused by refraction. We even ran experiments.
I thought you don't believe in refraction. Flat earthers will always have a problem with refraction when that's how we see too far. Like, what, does Jaron believe in refraction now? But then this guy says it, nobody will even mention a word. If you can't see the hypocrisy and the absolute derangement going on, I don't know what to
back this up. Are we 100% sure? Hell no. No, no one can be. Maybe we're right, maybe we're wrong, but at least we tested it. And our model...
Wait, you tested the stars being an optical illusion going backwards in the south? How did you do that?
Would be based on that. What have you done, globe earthers?
We went down to Antarctica and observed the South Celestial Pole, observed the stars going the opposite direction around that South Celestial Pole. We inferred that the South Pole must exist below the South Celestial Pole. We went to Union Glacier. The sun did exactly what the globe Earth calls for. Simple. Easy. The sun sets right to left in the south, completely debunking, disqualifying, and nullifying the flat Earth.
And I mean, if refraction can make the stars below the equator appear to circle Antarctica in the opposite direction for 24 hours, then why wouldn't the same thing apply to the sun?
Nobody's ever said that, dude. You don't just get to come back after being missing for 6 years and say something so stupid. Nobody thinks that the stars in the south are due to refraction going the wrong way. What are you talking about?
The only difference between the stars and the sun is that the sun moves in a circular pattern between the tropics.
No, it doesn't go between the tropics. I saw it south of Antarctica. So if you're going to make that claim, like I believe that the sun does stay above the tropics. Therefore, the tropic is behind, south of Antarctica from where we were at Union Glacier, which means what? Which means it's on the other side of the ball. Your theories, even what's coming out of your mouth, doesn't work in your model. You're just making it up.
Depending on its position, it follows the star pattern of that hemisphere.
No, what do you mean it follows the star pattern of that hemisphere? What do you mean by that? There's circumpolar stars in the south. Does the sun follow that pattern? What do you mean? And I've showed this before. There is huge problems in the flat Earth, and I didn't know this until, I don't remember who brought it up. Somebody brought it up in it might have been Duffy. He was talking about the circumpolar stars, and he said, here's the circumpolar stars in the south, and the stars go around that spot. And then he said, but don't the disk of stars in the south go all the way around the Earth? And I was just like looking at it like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah. And then he's like, well, there's circumpolar stars that just go around like in the north. And that was the first time I was like, wait. So in the north, if I go outside and look at the North Star and I see, say, the Big Dipper, or I see the Bear, it goes around the North Pole star and never rises or sets. Now that makes sense on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, those stars are close to the center, and therefore they wouldn't set. They're close to the center. But in the south, how could we have stars in the south that do the same around a spot in the south, but the southern stars go all the way around the Earth? All the way around. So the little star that goes a little circle in the sky is actually going to the other side of the Earth, which is actually further than the North Stars that we say they can't see because they're too far. It is garbage. It's a garbage theory. It's a garbage idea. And again, I will admit that until what happened in December happened, that I still thought there was a chance that the Earth could be flat. Because if we would have went down there and we would have seen the sun set, then you've got a problem with the globe Earth being disqualified, basically debunked, because you can't have a north and a south and say they're the opposite, but then the south does something different than the north. And then it would lean towards the flat Earth. You'd be like, oh, it sets. That's what the flat Earth calls for. Now we have competing models. Now we go to war and we start talking about, but we never got there, did we? Why not? It's because it is not a competing model. It is not a competing model. It has no place in any scientific study. I personally think no person should debate a flat earther. That is giving them the false sense that they are on equal standing or that they're allowed in scientific circles. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be allowed in scientific circles if they say, we don't have a map, we don't have a model. Look at all these guys. They're all standing up for what? For nothing. None of these guys have a map. Dave shows a map behind him, debunked. The guy there I've never even seen before, Ken with the blue shirt, has a map behind him, debunked. Disqualified, falsified. Okay? You got some people here who say, I don't have a model, I don't have a map. Okay, so what do we live in dreamland? Okay, great. I choose not to believe that when there's a model that does match reality and does make predictions. Dreamland doesn't make predictions. Mark Sargent's simulation land that we're, from a game designer standpoint, isn't worth talking about. Okay? Daryl Marble, he flew on a plane with a spirit level. Go back to this and tell me, wonder why, on a spirit level, why do you think that if you're flying on an airplane, that the level shows level and doesn't show the airplane going up or down? Could it be that you're flying, let's see, this is a 903, 520. So 903, 520 is 903. So 520 is 520 feet. We want to go up 33,000 feet. So we'll give it 9036. Yeah, 936. 20,936,000. Sorry, just talking to myself here. 20,936,000. Okay. So an airplane flies here. This is where airplanes fly at 33,000 feet. So it's just above the flatness of the ground. It's going to show level. If you nose down your plane, then you're going to descend. But you want to stay at this height. you understand? And then when you get here, the plane's still staying. Remember, it knows its altitude above the Earth. So if it's staying at 33,000 feet, does that mean it's going to stay at this line here the whole time and go off into space? No. It's going to adjust every time it moves just a little bit because the ground is doing that below it. Okay? And that's how planes work. And they don't get it. Let's continue on.
I don't know if I'm explaining it well.
No.
In the northern hemisphere, it moves like the northern stars. In the southern hemisphere, it moves like the southern stars. So what's the problem here?
Okay. Because what are you saying then? That the sun is not the real sun? It's a refracted sun? It's an optical illusion sun? But we were in Antarctica. We watched the sun go around you for 4 days, and it never changes. It doesn't reflect. It doesn't mirror. It is the sun. Lo siento.
Zach, you did a great video. You did a great video where.
Let's go to 27 and a half. My notes say Dr. Zach more dumb. Good notes, Sharon. Good notes. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out. More dumb. Let's see that. 27 and a half.
Veterans like Robbie, Jaron, anybody else who's fallen off because of this so-called final experiment. I really don't understand how they've forgotten that basic information. Like we're not measuring what's going on in the sky, obviously.
What a cope that is. I mean, it like hurts my stomach every time I hear it. And by the way, I want you to recognize something about me. To prove that I'm not a liar, go back and find me saying that. You've heard every flat earth person say it. Find me saying it. Or did you find me saying that you can't say that we can tell the ground by the lights in the sky? Go find me saying we can't tell the ground by the lights in the sky.
We call this thing flat earth because we're measuring the earth, and there's been many people in the community. Didn't Jaron even get involved with one of the some observations over water? Maybe some laser observations. I know I did. I completed a live stream. There was 150 people live across the Puget Sound. There was about 10 and a half miles of
27 and a half.
flat water, and I was able to see it water.
Experimentation that went on to this early on.
Okay, I don't see it. Must have been what he said already. So we have here 30 minutes. Rick Hummer being wrong. Let's go there.
Cloud, but a wave this tall, in front of the city a mile out is going to hide the city. It actually, variations, you could actually lose the city or the lower parts of the city. The refraction rate is there.
So he's talking about a wave this tall will block something. A wave has to be taller than you to block a distant city. I don't get where, if let's say you're 6 feet tall and the wave is 3 feet tall, how can it block anything more than 3 feet tall? It can't. It doesn't work that way.
For that. But as far as all of these different things that were going on at the time, the laser tests, the high altitude tests, all these things had one complete same denominator, and that is that water lays flat. It has properties to it. Scientific method shows it over and over and over. It's, you can demonstrate this every single time. And when we go back to what Zach was saying with the sun and the patterns that it has, there are certain things that, no, we cannot see. We do not know exactly how it works. We're not there in part. We're not in God's mind. But what we do know is that the things that we can test are being ignored. And again, I don't want
the things that we can test. One of those things might be the sun, Rick. We know the path of the sun. Nobody can argue it. I've not heard anybody say the sun doesn't go above the Tropic of Capricorn on December 21st because they would be retarded. So we are using a known entity. That's what it's probably there for. It can be used to our advantage. One of those advantages is if somebody hands you a map and says, here, you live here, then you can say, oh, I just need to check if this map coincides with the thing I know for a fact does what I know it does, which is the sun. And I know it goes around the Tropic of Capricorn on December 21st. So let's go and check. And you know what? Your map doesn't work, sir. We don't live here. End of story. Yeah, and that person can't come back and say, no, you really do. It's just well, what happens is it's a holographic reverse osmosis refraction machine. Oh, well, I'm not going to believe that. And that's all you got to do. That's all you need to do to realize that the earth cannot be flat. Okay. The only rebuke to that would be if somebody came to me and said, Jaron, couldn't there be another flat earth map? And if the answer was yes, then I would be stuck. I'd be like, well, yeah, there could be other maps that come out, but there will never be another map. And I don't know how many times I have to say this, but start telling flat earthers this so that they wake up to the fact that they'll never come up with another map. They'll say they can. Well, there could be. You don't know that, Jaron. You don't know that there's no other map. Okay, then where is it? Because, again, how do you make a map? You're going to have to start with known entities like the North Pole, like the North Celestial Pole. Once you put that on a piece of paper, then you have to do the equator. You have to do the the tropics. Okay, now you have that path. We know that that's the path the sun takes. Therefore, we know the order that the continents get the light and heat. So once you lay that all out, guess what you have? It's the AE map. It doesn't take that much research. It doesn't take that much intelligence to just realize that we'll never have a different map. So stop having that belief. The AE map is the only flat map there will ever be, and it has been debunked. Just the way it goes. All right, let's continue.
I keep on going on that maybe somebody's compromised or any of that stuff, because that has no bearing over what we're actually been talking about and have been talking about for the last 10 or plus years for some of you. And so I just want to say again, I know what we know. I know the tests that have been done. I know what I've seen with my own eyes.
I know what I know. I know what we know.
I think all of us here that are on this panel right now have done certain tests and have seen things and have observed things with our own eyes. So I don't know what the other guys have seen. I don't know if they actually ever had successful tests, but I think that could be a factor as well of what's been happening. Mm-hmm. But again, not to talk too much here, I just want to make.
Okay, we're going to go to 35. We've got Ian lied. Let's see what that's about.
That's it. In reality, and that's weird. That's not scientific. You got to do it at least 3 times for it to be a scientific observation.
Like that's going to help. Can you imagine Dave? I mean, Dave's just so full of shit. Like, oh, you got to do it 3 times. Okay, so but all his evidence is 1 time. But if we went down there and did it 2 more times, you think he's going to be like, oh, the Earth is a ball? Yeah, right. The guy will never admit that it's a ball. He can't. He can't. His app is too important to him. He needs all that money. And the same guy is telling people that I'm getting a house. The guy that lives off your money goes on vacation 2 or 3 times a year for multiple weeks at a time to Vieques, to Puerto Rico, to Mexico on your dime, is going to tell people that I'm getting a house for lying about no, sorry, that doesn't exist.
Also coming out, Steve from Spacebusters was hoping he would be here. He did analysis of all of the bases in Antarctica and their sunset times. Doesn't work on a globe.
No, that's just a claim that he made. There's no evidence of that, and I guarantee you there never will be.
And he's really done a lot of work. That should be coming out.
Yeah, coming out when?
Maybe even today, but any day
We'll wait for that.
So, Austin, you want to jump in?
Okay, we go to, why did I say Ian lied at 35 if he didn't even talk? Let's go 34, 33 and a half.
Where they went, Ian. I was just trying to speculate. I don't want to speculate that they got paid or this or that. My point is yeah, they probably saw what they saw. Witzett's right here. He's talking. He's here in the group right now.
Hey, Austin.
So,
and just and at the beginning
that out, you don't automatically go, well,
house down. It's incredibly irrational behavior. So for me, the question is why the irrational behavior, and then you have to go, oh,
irrational behavior is throwing friends under the bus, sharing videos that are derogatory towards friends, and then trying to pretend like that's not what you did.
Okay, then you start getting into conspiracy, like, has he been compromised? Has he been paid? And I think that's an important question.
You can ask
Alex,
it.
I think that's a great thing. I just want to jump in on that. Just a couple of things.
Okay, here's speaking of liars.
Hi, by the way. Hope you're well, Alex. When we did Flat Earth Social with Austin and Jaron just before they went, one of the questions was asked to Jaron specifically was, well, listen, if you do see a 24-hour sun, it's still not going to be a globe, right? And he answered many times, of course not. Of course it's not going to be a...
What? Where's the evidence of that, Ian? So at Flat Earth Social, when Austin and I presented, you're saying somebody asked me, oh, if you do see a 24-hour sun, that doesn't mean it's a globe. And I said, right, it doesn't mean it's a globe. That's what I said?
Be a globe. So,
and he said numerous times. I mean, these guys are just the lies and the liars. They have no problem with it. They don't care.
Specifically was, well, listen, if you do see a 24-hour sun, it's still not going to be a globe, right? And he answered many times, of course not. Of course it's not.
Oh, of course not. Many times. Okay. So I'm going to find out if that's, I think I have a copy of that Flat Earth Social presentation. But even if you're lying, I mean, one of the problems I have is this guy right here. Witsy, you were there. Did I answer that it would not? Or did I say, well, that's going to be for people to decide, because for me, it does lead evidence towards the globe? Or did I say, no, of course not, of course not? Because everybody here, when anybody else lies, they just turn their heads. Look, this guy's turning his head. Nobody's even paying attention.
It's going to be a globe. So there is a behavioural difference. And the other thing I'd like to say is everyone on this panel, every one of us would have gone down to Antarctica and said, do you know what? We've seen that in the sky. Let's go and work that out. You don't automatically go, well.
Right. You go and work that out, but there is no working it out. Ian, wake up. How many times do I have to tell you? There is no working it out. Do you know that the Lady Blount made this? She said, oh, there is a 24-hour sun in 1905 or something. So it's been 125 years. Why do you think there's no other map? Why do you think no one's figured it out? You have a lot of minds thinking about it. Could it be it's impossible? Could it be that you're never going to have it work out? Could it be that? I think so.
Oh, it's got to be a globe, right? So what I'm saying is any one of us would have done the same thing and not said it's a globe. We'd have just said, listen, well, that's strange. We'll have to go back and have a look at that.
Right. So I came back and had a look at that, and there's no way. So you're just your stubborn refusal to accept reality is evident here. It's apparent. It's obvious. You can't just say, well, yeah, so we got to come back and see how it works. But if it doesn't work, then you have to drop your belief. You guys think if you come back and it doesn't work, well, then we'll just make up a new thing. You ended up being worse than the Globers that we started fighting. You ended up being worse than they ever were. No Glober has ever said when you bring them some evidence, doesn't matter, nothing, Burger. We don't look at that to talk about this. They don't do that. You are the only ones that are disqualifying evidence and for your own whims and fancies, that are refusing to see some evidence and trying to see others as just being the only evidence possible, who don't understand that the earth is so big that you don't need to have the curvature in mind when you're building bridges and planes or boats and you name it, houses, buildings, apartment complexes, doesn't matter. Let's keep going. Oh wait, which one do we have next? We've got Correct Zen 46. And then I believe that's when I stopped. I couldn't even watch anymore. It's just constant nonsense. 46.
And the way that they call it sea level. And you can see, and the way there's got to be something more to it. But
okay, here we go.
Of course, I'm always going to stand on the truth. And the truth is that curvature is non-existent. I'm sure that most of us here have done the experiment.
So they say curvature is non-existent, but nobody can answer the question of why I'm filming rocket launches. By the way, the rocket launch for tonight got postponed to Sunday, so we're going to have to do it on Sunday. But why is it that I'm filming a rocket launch that doesn't show up on my horizon till a minute and 5 seconds? Okay. If we go to, I hope I remember his name. Is it Bobby? I don't remember his name. Shoot, I don't remember his name. I think I can look at my history real quick. Don't remember what his name is. Bobby Shurko. I don't remember it. What is that name of the guy? Bobby something. Bob something? No, I don't remember. All right, let me find this real quick for you. While I look for this, I will play a little bit of my... If you haven't seen the interview with Missing Link, I thought it was good. And I was quite upset. A bunch of people so I kind of went in there guns blazing because it was just after listening to Mark tell lies for 2 hours. So just real quick while I find this other video, I'm going to let you listen to this. It does circle your heads down in the south. By the way, it does set right to left. By the way, and give us all these details. There is a south celestial pole. There is a south pole. All those things. There's circumpolar stars in the south. There's so many things that completely and totally destroy any idea of the flat Earth. The Earth cannot be flat. And once I realized that and kind of come to that conclusion, I was like, man, this is going to be tough. I'm going to have to, give some time to kind of work this out and let my audience kind of, but then it hit me like, wait a second, if I have to go on my channel and talk about the flat Earth for 1 minute, it's going to be a lie because I'll have to just come out and be honest that it can't be flat. And so that's what basically happened. I came back, did my first stream back and just said, hey, the sun does exactly what the globe model calls for, which should tell you what model we live on. But again, and I knew that people were going to have a hard time getting to this conclusion like I did because we had been told conflicting information. This, in my mind, is some sort of a psyop Why else would Stephen Hawking fake an experiment? Why else would they use my experiment as a fake? Just something that I'm reminded of. Somebody sent me a link to Red's Rhetoric doing a video yesterday where he was talking about this interview. And as soon as I said that, he's like, nope, Jaren's a liar. There's never been a faked experiment. And we sat him down and we showed him it's not fake. And he's still saying that. Red's Rhetoric, you need to get on your channel and you need to be a man like I was and apologize because it was faked. Look it up. Ask Ruhif. The Stephen Hawking experiment was a faked helicopter. So you're wrong, and you need to stand up and apologize for calling me a liar when you're the one who's lying. Thank you. Why else would they fake the Nat Geo experiment? And by the way, those are like the only 2 times that the mainstream has tried to prove the shape of the Earth. They did the Stephen Hawking one, they faked it. They did the Nat Geo one, they faked it. So that's why people are flat earthers, is because the mainstream did a terrible job proving it. The guys that they have on YouTube were pretty freaking bad. They basically just demeaned and talked shit about flat earthers. So no flat earther was watching that and like, oh, I'm listening to this now. So flat earth grew. And it only grew like it did because we all are in the north, right? 95% of the population lives in the north. If you live in the south, flat earth is a joke. It doesn't even make any sense at all. It completely flies in the face of observations. Yet there's people in the south that lie to you, like Flatzoid and other people like that. They should be able to see right away that the Earth is not flat, doesn't work. And yet the observations of the sphere match perfectly. The south gets smaller as you go down there. It does not get larger as the flat Earth would call for. There's a south celestial pole that stays in the sky. The stars go around it the opposite way that they do the north, which can only be true on a sphere where you have a south celestial pole and a north celestial pole, and they have. So I'll put that link in the chat if you haven't seen that yet. It's on the missing link live. Drop that in the chat for you, and then we're going to go look at this. But I thought it was a good interview because I was kind of spiced up a little bit, and I asked him at the end of my little blurb there. I was like, "Are you happy you invited me on the show now?" Because I kind of went off. But anyway, let's look at this channel. I'm going to put the link to this too. This is the channel called Bobby Shafto. Bobby Shafto. Okay, here's the cool thing about Bobby Shafto. Is he's the one who, when I first was doing my rocket launch view, that he came into my channel. Why is that on there? Not watching that now. So he came on and he said, oh, I've done this a bunch of times. And he's like, check my channel for that. So when you go to his channel, you'll see he does a lot of work of just watching observations, just making observations. One of the crazy things, let's watch one. Let's see, did I do this one yesterday? Just doing some of these. I want to show you some of these. So he's just very simply showing you what the lines are. He leaves the camera there all day, and watch how much things change. Upside, did a good job there, not showing you. Okay, so like for instance, watch this right here. Look at the mountain, everything's the same camera spot, and watch what refraction does. Watch what refraction does to this spot here. It moved it over here. He's not moving the camera, and things change. They drastically go up or down. They drastically change locations. So if you don't think that refraction lifts things above the curve, look at that. Go back one and look at the difference between the water here. Watch the water here. What is the water? We can see the water here. Moments later, the curvature of the Earth, so-called, there you go. So we have to understand that everything that we're seeing and measuring is an optical effect. So sometimes when you're on the ground, you're going to have to look at something else to figure it out because this is a little bit difficult to figure out. Now, Ruhif will tell you, just go high enough. I think that's the answer as well. Get away from the refraction. Get up high and try to observe things, and then you'll notice that they conform to exactly what the sphere Earth says. But he has a whole bunch of these. So go there, check them out, look at boats going over the so-called curve. I still have problems with that one myself. I do think that it is the case sometimes, but not all the time. I think sometimes it is just the way things work down close to the horizon, but it doesn't change anything. So here's one, for instance. This is what he does. He takes video from a far distance. This is at 200 and...
Falcon 9 is in startup.
240 miles away. Okay, I mean, that's crazy. How often do you film something 240 miles away? Okay, so maybe Nathan Thompson should check this one out since he was so impressed with his 80-mile view of Atlanta. He should check out this 240-mile view of a rocket and then tell me why something weird happens here.
Now 40 seconds out, we should hear the SpaceX launch director give their go for launch momentarily. Final count from SpaceX. Let's look.
T-minus 15 seconds.
A little bit further.
5,
There we go.
4, 3.
Now I want you guys to think
2,
here.
1. Ignition.
If the Earth is flat,
And liftoff of Falcon 9.
when should we see this rocket?
SpaceX, go Starlink.
Here it goes. The rocket is clearly up in the air. It's flying up in the air.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
It's already been 20 seconds. We still don't see anything. It's now been 30 seconds. We still see nothing. Oh, you can't. So that's good. It's now been 35 seconds. Nothing. Remember.
And as you saw, are still seeing a brilliant liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Please remember, it's a flat Earth. If it's a flat Earth, where is this rocket currently?
Pulling away from the California coastline on the Starlink 8-1 mission. Now
Still
coming
going
up
up.
on 1 minute in its flight.
Still going up. It's now been a whole minute. Where is the rocket if it's been a minute?
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Falcon 9 vehicle now traveling faster than the
so
speed
there
of
he caught
sound
it
on this.
about a minute into the flight. He's got a whole bunch of these. He's done it a bunch of times. Here's the one we just watched. Let me see if I can find the one that's the best one. Popular. Okay, it's boats. Okay, this one's great. So this one here, he is... I don't see the distance. Where are we at here? Oh, 234. So he's showing you where he's at from 234 miles. He's going to be observing this rocket launch from here. These people are not lying to you. You can go do this like I did myself and learn for yourself that it's true. Okay. Again,
Range.
let's watch it take off.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Where is that rocket? 30 seconds. $40 seconds. If it's a flat Earth, where could the rocket be? Is it
Power
hovering?
and telemetry are nominal.
Is it hover at the horizon line? 50 seconds. Watch that arrow. There it is. Okay, so you need to tell me how it could be that for 55 seconds, this craft was, well, it couldn't be below that line, right? Can't be below here because this is the horizon. It's where everything is. So where is this rocket taking off for? When it's taking off from way down here. So how is it taking off from way down here? That doesn't make any sense unless it's a ball, right? And you can figure that out because you can figure out, for instance, if you pick up where it was here, I don't know if he films it long enough, but we'll try. Let me go back a little bit. Back a little bit more. Okay, I'm just going to stop it right when we see the light for the first time. We'll see how high it is. Let's watch it. Boom. Okay. So right there, he's at 55 seconds, which we're not going to do time because, of course, you can travel faster and reach the same distance in a shorter time. So we're just going to look at the pure distance, which is 7.3 kilometers. Okay. So now we're going to wait until it gets to 14.6 kilometers to see the difference in the height, right? So we're going to go to 14.6. Okay, so we're at 8.5.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
11. 13.
Max Q.
Oops, I went too far. 14 point, what does that say? Is that 6 or 8? Sorry, I can't see that. I'm going to do just a little more. 14.
Max Q.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's good enough. 5. So you'll see here that it's gone this high in that same distance. So it means that it had to take off from down that, oops, over here you can see my mouse. So it had to take off from the horizon down here because there's a curvature of the Earth. Go back, find another one. And you can do that all day with all these times he's done it. He's done it quite a few times. SpaceX from Vandenberg again. How about this one? Let's go rewind.
Max Q. The vehicle is now traveling fast.
So the reason I'm showing this is that people are asking, we don't have measurements of curvature. So what would you accept? Because there are surveyors that do reciprocal zenith angles and you don't accept that. This here is evidence of curvature, you don't accept it. So what you've done is you've put yourself in a position where you don't accept evidence that debunks you, and you'll only accept evidence that what? That doesn't exist? Do you not see what you're doing? Do you not see that you've put yourself in a position that can't be debunked because you don't accept some evidence, and then the other evidence, what would you accept to measure curvature? I don't understand what that means.
After 3 scrubs.
Max Q.
No
Wait, what happened?
We are past max Q.
Did we get our way past it? Let's go back here.
5, 4, and lift.
How far is he on this one?
How about deterrent pressure nominal? Vehicle is pitching downrange.
This is wait. Okay, so it's at 233 miles. This is a closer camera view on the left. I see now what's going on. And then this is the farther view here from San Diego. We're at 40 seconds. We still haven't seen the rocket yet. So again, I mean, this is just all you need. If you're an actual thinking person and you actually care about the truth, you would hang it up. You'd call it quits. You'd turn it in. It's over. It's all over. It's all done.
And with that,
You
we had
get
a good lift off of the
nothing.
Falcon 9
You
rocket, now
lose.
a minute into
Good
flight.
day, sir.
Here it comes at 105.
Supersonic.
You see it? Yeah, he kind of zoomed in so you can see the, you can actually see the light appear. Watch right in that little circle. You'll see the red light appear right about a minute 5, right there.
Is supersonic.
Okay, so that's another one that we can time. It says here we
The
saw
vehicle
it
is
at
now traveling faster than the speed of sound.
9 kilometers.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Let's see what. No, it's way before that. Hold on, I'm trying to see what time this one is. So it's going
And
to be.
with that, we had a good lift off of
8.
the Falcon 9 rocket. Now a
I'd say
minute
9. 9 kilometers. Okay, so let's wait till we get to 18. Look how high it is over here. Look how high it is.
The vehicle is now traveling faster than the speed of sound. After 3 scrubs.
Max Q.
No fooling, we are past max Q.
Did I just see it right here somewhere?
Point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Coming upon a few events and again rapid.
What's that? 18.7. I don't really see it. I think I see it right here. I don't know. I can't see my screen. I think it's right there. So again, you have to draw that line and realize that the rocket came from that same distance below. So what you have to believe if you're a flat earther now is that it traveled this distance in the second half of its 9 kilometers to 18 kilometers. It went this one and this, but the first 9 it went this far. Let me show you. So if in the second 9 it went from, I don't know why I can't see it on the screen. Okay, right there I think it is. Okay, so if in the second 9 kilometers it went this far, here's what you have to believe for the first 9. It went this far. It never went anywhere. It went there for 9 kilometers, then said, now I'm going to go up another 9 kilometers. Again, it doesn't even make sense when you try and tell me angular size. Now, the only thing I can't say for sure from him is for me, where I'm filming from, the rocket's going away from me. So the angular size thing is just gone. So it has nothing to do with it because it's actually getting smaller as it goes away from me. It can't go up and then appear out of nowhere, and then it just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense. Anyway, did I put that? I'm going to put this link here, and you can go watch all his stuff. But you can keep arguing about it, or you can just not address it, or you can be like Dave Weiss, who made up some nonsense. Let me tell you what Dave Weiss said. If you didn't watch his video, we could actually go see it because it's that bad. So this is what happens when you let people just lie to you. Okay? When you let people say whatever they want. Let's go videos. Yes, this one. So this is how meteorologist Dave Weiss says the rocket is beyond the clouds and needs to rise above them before it can be seen. Okay? It will take time before the far viewer can see the rocket. Right? It just so happens that that time matches the curvature of the Earth. When we add perspective, the cloud deck appears at eye level and becomes an apparent horizon. Okay, hold on. So what he's saying is that this little cloud deck, okay, oops, what did I do? This little cloud deck that you see right here is what he's saying is 20,000 feet of clouds. So what does that cause a problem for? Well, let's go to here. What's this one? Okay, we're going to go to Canigou from Alush. Oops. Wait, what's going on? What are you doing? Let's try that. There we go. All right. So now think of what he's saying. So he says that from... So this mountain here, Canigou, is 9,000 feet high. But it doesn't have mountains or clouds that cover it. So how could it be that a rocket that is 30,000 feet high is still behind clouds when this mountain is 9,000 feet and we can see it? So Dave's just not even thinking. He just says things, just says words, puts them on the thing. That must be right. Right? This view here. So if what Dave was saying was true, then it means, because remember, this is the same distance that I am. So I'm 175 away from the rocket. This is 175 away from Canigou. Dave claims that the reason we don't see the rocket is because it's behind clouds that are making up the horizon. So where are the clouds here making up the horizon? Where's the horizon cloud? Shouldn't the mountain, this is only 9,000 feet tall. So the 35,000 foot tall rocket is hiding behind 20,000 feet of clouds at 175. What if there's no clouds, Dave? What if it's a cloudless day? So you're lying to people. Just giving some whatever belief you want to believe in is not evidence of anything. It actually makes you look even worse because you're not being honest. The honest thing would be, I don't have any idea why that happens. Not to just make something up. Oh, 20,000 foot clouds. I mean, clouds aren't even really that high. Some are, but not most of the clouds are much lower than that. But again, you can just, if we allow people to make whatever they want to say and just everybody goes along with it. Let's see if the comments are any better. Oh, what happened here? Okay. The comments were kind of, let's go this way and go newest. Maybe some people went in there and told him, Dave, you're wrong. Maybe he's cleaning up comments. I don't really know. I talked to a week ago on Jaren's Globy Live, and I showed him his own video of Mount Canigou video, and he told me refraction was why you can see it. Correct. What do you mean? So when you can see too far, again, you're talking about, see the double standards here, the hypocrisy? Is if you're going to say then that refraction is not allowed, then you've just debunked your entire flat Earth. The flat Earth needs to have a second sun, which can only be caused by what you guys call refraction. It's not magically manifesting. So if refraction is allowed, then the globe Earth better explains the phenomenons. If it's not allowed, then the globe Earth better explains the phenomenon. It doesn't matter which one you choose. It's not going to work. Thanks, Dave, for staying the true course. Jaren is sadly a pathetic shill, point blank, period. His true owners had him go to Antarctica. If that was even Antarctica he went to, oh my goodness. Trisha Darling, or Trisha Dishling. Boy, oh boy. Stay away from her, guys. So he could come back and say that he changed his mind about Flat Earth for their soon coming alien invasion. Right, I'm involved in that. Hold on a second, I gotta take a call. What? We're using Bluebeam. Bluebeam. All right, thanks. Sorry, it's my handler. One would have to believe in space and the globe in order to fall for that great deception coming. So by sending Jaren, especially to the Antarctic. Oh, there's a whole bunch more we get to read. Great. It's going to be very good. Where are we at here? So which Flat Earth believe is still an ice wall around the FE, they would be convinced that the FE was a lie, especially coming from Jaren. The mere point of Jaren calling it the final test, which I never did, is so deceptive as Jaren knows. See, these people, they all lie. I'm the only one not lying. These people lie. When did I call it the final test? And always said true science is never completely settled. I've always said that. Correct. There's never a proof of anything where we just give up. You are more than welcome to bring evidence of the flat Earth to the table. And if it's compelling, then it requires us to look at it. Do you understand that? There's nothing stopping you from going and doing science, and there's nothing stopping you from supplanting the current belief. The only thing stopping you is its impossibility. Now, I can say that because you simply haven't presented anything, but you're more than welcome to. I have an open mind to evidence. If I haven't proven that already, I don't know. So when you bring me evidence that shows me that the flat earth better explains the world, then we'll go with that. Unfortunately, it doesn't predict anything. In fact, we just showed you those rocket launches. What's going on there? So I don't really understand what the point is of, well, I guess this is a different person. I was going to say the other person said that. So he wants us to believe his staged final test should change our minds. No, I want you to believe that the observations we made were real, but you don't have to. Should change our minds that the earth is a globe, though there are hundreds of true and proven scientific proofs that it is not a spinning ball. What are those? You always forget to name those. Just hundreds of them, I guess. It is so disgusting what he's doing, and so I believe he will always be a shill, just like the demonic Alex Jones was with Sandy Hook hoax. And all of a sudden, after years of proving it was truly a hoax, Shill Jones conceded that it wasn't a hoax, and really did happen. Talk about sleight of hand and pulling the rug out from those who follow them. It's the people that continue believing after somebody says they don't believe it anymore. It's the demonic elite's MO to have controlled opposition out there to cause confusion and eventually get people back to their narrative. Yeah, no proof of that. The demonic elite love to use their shills to cause confusion, discord, and portray that the nefarious narrative. I can't even read that anymore. I can't read that anymore. So, again, this is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this is what we've been given, and then the people that believe it. And this is what I mean. There's liars, there's lies, and there's those that are lied to. And you'll notice that they all must jive for the machine to work. Okay, so you have to keep people lied to. You have to keep them. So this is why they did that scramble, right? So after Robbie bails, Patricia bails, I'm bailing, maybe they got wind of Paul on the plane bailing, whatever it was, they all scrambled. They called each other, we got to get on a stream. We have to pretend like we're still strong. We just have to pretend like you bring your best debunks, bring your best proofs. We've got to combat this. Right, because there'll be a mass exodus if you don't lie to people some more. If you don't fool people more, they're going to leave because it's quite obvious that the flat earth has nothing. Now, many people are religious. If you're religious, well, that's a rough one. That's why you shouldn't base your beliefs on religion. If you want to have a religious belief in the flat earth, then just say that. Oh, I'm a flat earther because it's my religion. Great. Then don't go to scientific debates because it's not a scientific issue. You believe it on a whim. You believe it due to your what you think God did or whatever. Okay, I have a belief in God, but it doesn't mean that I then have to force everything through that belief. No, simply enough, what do I know to be true? I think there's a creator. What is the evidence? I say look around. We don't have very much examples of just something coming together and making something after an explosion. Right? Crash a plane a million times. It's never going to create something. So I just have my own personal belief in a God. And I think that because I don't need to invoke it in everything, that should be fine by people. People shouldn't care whether I believe in Juju Boo Boo or whether I believe in Yahweh or whether I believe in my own personal God, because it doesn't affect my life. What they should do is it doesn't affect how I act other than my morals. So what they should do is just judge people on their character and on their morals and what they do and what's right and wrong. That's it. And flat earthers, you're not looking very good because you claim to be one thing, like these enlightened children of God, yet you are vitriolic, abusive. People in the comments from from Robbie's post are just out of their minds. Just like, God will not be mocked. You will die in hell. It's just like, what are you doing? It's like, stop it, please stop it. Do we need to watch this anymore? I don't think so. Oh, this is still Dave's video. I was like, what is this guy talking about? The rocket needs to climb to 20,000 feet before it appears for the viewer. Yeah, so he's claiming that is 20,000 feet high. I mean, like, how does anybody watch this and not understand what he's saying? That's 20,000 feet off of the ocean. So then if this was Canigou, we wouldn't see anything. Canigou would be behind that horizon. But we do see Canigou. So that's weird that you just claim that that's clouds from 20,000 feet high. That would block everything that it already kills all your other evidence. Why are the buildings across Lake Michigan and Chicago seen? Shouldn't they be behind the 20,000 foot clouds? They're only 1,800 feet. Shouldn't they be behind 2,000 feet clouds? It's a dumb belief. And here's the thing. I've told Dave before this is dumb. His idea about this is dumb. But he just continues spitting it out. Because he's used it for another reason before. I don't remember what it was. Sunsets or something. I don't remember. What is even this showing? Close viewer, far viewer. So the close view gets to see it in front of the clouds, but then if you're further back, it's behind the clouds? Hold on. So if this person here is a far view, so this is me way back in Merced looking at the rocket rising. This is somebody close to the shore looking at the rocket rising. Right. They see the rocket going up in front of the clouds, but I see it behind the clouds? Why? Because it's behind my clouds that condense down to the horizon, even though they don't block things that are way smaller than that. All right, that makes sense. Sorry, I can't jive with that. There's some words here. Let's see what it says. There is no curvature, just perspective. Just so happens that the time that you see the rocket appear above the horizon matches the curvature of the Earth. That's why I really want, and I know I keep saying dates and then it doesn't happen. I think Sunday's down as the actual, here's what you got to do. Go to Vandenberg. Because I think that if we prove that, or show that Vandenberg launch, if we just had a couple people in California film this, for instance, I'm filming it from about 180. If we had somebody from 100 and somebody from 210, 220, whatever, and we filmed it from those different spots, then when they match in order of when you should see it, then what is the excuse there? Then it's still perspective. It just matches. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. What is this? No, thank you. So it's still down for, okay, so I think this is what I've learned about this site, and it took me a while to get this. When it says go for launch, for the most part, those have happened, barring weather. And then when they say this is where I'm getting too excited. When they say date and time may change, I'm announcing these that I'm going to go, and then I realize after, oh, it changed. So this is go for launch on Sunday at 7:09 p.m. This is a great time. This is going to be a great one for me because at 7:09 p.m. it's dark. And when it's dark, I can see the light a lot better, or the fire a lot better, or the flame. Whereas I went to this last one on, what day was I going? I don't remember, Wednesday or Thursday night. But it was like 5 and the sun wasn't set yet. And I never saw it until, I did see it in the sky, but it was quite a bit impossible to see or tough to see. And then there was a cloud deck down very low that you could actually see. The clouds were there. You could see them. So anyway, if anybody in California wants to film this, there's people in Utah that film it. If you're in Vegas, you can film this. Okay, I think the furthest I've seen is upwards of 450 miles. So pretty much, if you live in California, you know, I don't know, even up to San Francisco, Santa Rosa kind of area, Sacramento, you should be able to film this. Okay, and it's at night. So it would be great if you could reach out to me, Telegram, t.me/Jeranism would be good. Great. Let's go back to this. I think I was done with this part.
Which is confirmable, repeatable. Anybody in the world can do it. The fact that you can see Oahu at 100 miles distance from Kauai when there should be a mile of curvature is impossible. The fact that you can see the stat.
And now, so again, if that was where's the videos of that? Oahu from Kauai. These guys would just read off things, but they don't show you. I'm going and showing you. I'm actually bringing them up. Like, why wouldn't you? If this video is all about proofs, why wouldn't you show that? Oahu from Kauai. Let's see. Let me see. Photo. Oahu from Kauai. Let's see here. Rare view of Kauai from Oahu. Okay, I see one here. Let's bring this up. Some crazy atmospherics with low pressure made Kauai super visible from Kauai Snake Road, North Shore, Oahu, about 5 p.m. 12/1/2023. I've seen her once before, but never this clearly. Where are we looking here? I don't see. That's a mountain? What? It's a mirage of something. I'm too stupid to understand the links. It's definitely Kauai, the outline of Wanalei, may you see. And then how far is that away? Oahu, Kauai, I don't know these things. Oahu to Kauai. I don't know what the refraction would be on that, or distance. I mean, distance. I do see what they're looking at. It does look like a mountain. It does look like a landmass. Distance from Oahu to Kauai. I guess I got to bring up my thing to do it. It says 173 kilometers by air. 107.95 miles, so 108 miles. That one's pretty compelling if that's true. But again, there's too much evidence. Again, it's one of those things. You're not seeing crazy distances. You're seeing Let's see, Metabunk. I want to see what that says. So we put in, wait. Now, the only thing is I don't know how high that photo is. Do we get to find out? Oh, you want to see what I'm looking at? Sorry. Let me move it over to this screen. Can you see that or no? I can move it up a little bit if you want. Yeah, you can see it. So I guess this is Kauai, this very tall mountain here. Is Kauai? I don't know. This is pretty high up, though. I don't know how high. Let me... yeah, I'll have to look into this because I don't know how high that would be. How would you figure that out? I guess I could go... Nah, it's going to take too long to figure it out. See if there's any writing on this post that says it. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat if somebody wants to look into it. I'll look into it after. But... because I don't know if it says the height or something in there. I'd like to know that. And we'll do, add everything in and see what it comes out to. There you go. I did not ever see. I would think there would be more of that. Let me go back to here and see if there's more. Oops. Let me back this up. All right. So this one is here. Photo Oahu from Hawaii. Hawaii from above. Nope. Here's a picture of Oahu. See this one? From the summit on Kauai and some other photographs. Let's go to this one. What's this one? Another Reddit one. Why don't people put distances or height or anything in there? They don't even put any details. Always love seeing the other islands from whatever island I'm on. Currently, I live up in Koala. I see Maui these days, most days. On one particular clear evening, I was able to see and eventually get a halfway decent picture of Koalai from off to the left of Maui. It's a little more to a mound. Wow, thanks for that. Every time I'm going to see, but nobody's saying the height or anything. Very cool photos. To all the doubters, you can see Oahu on most Kona days from any hill. On the east side of Kauai, the trade winds bring the salt spray and associated haze, so calm Kona weather is clear. I've seen Oahu from Park and Kalei. Yeah, they're not listing distances or heights. I mean heights, but they're like way up high. Here's this next one if you want to see this one. So this, I mean, look how high up that is. Quite a ways. So anyway, but I don't know what that would do. I'd have to check it out and see where they're at. You want this one too? Okay, here's this one if anybody wants to look into that. I know there's some math guys, there you go. All right, let's go on with what he's saying here. Close that. Back to here. So they brought some evidence, but it would be nice if they would have brought that. Nice video with some distances and some heights.
Statue of Liberty from Philadelphia and New York and New Jersey at 60 miles distant.
Philadelphia, you can see the Statue of Liberty?
When there should be a half a mile of curvature. That's also impossible, according to the
So I stopped watching.
model.
I don't know if there's anything else here that people think is compelling. Let's see what this is. They're still bringing up this map.
The rest, just do that.
That's not about it.
Well, I'm not a pilot, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, so I can confirm.
Okay.
that.
Makes perfect sense.
Wait, what?
13 hours less to go from point A to point B, Australia to Argentina to Australia. So I don't know. I don't have the data, but can somebody touch base on the flights and how they're quicker than what they are, longer than what they should be?
Wait, let me listen to this again because this is my baby.
So
this
in
is my
the
baby.
South, many of I can't see, and
said Jaren knew everything. He just knew everything and just ignored everything in one day. And I don't understand. I mean, the 24-hour sun was never a problem. If you know that the stars turn around Antarctica.
He's just making up lies, saying that the stars, that it's explained by refraction that the stars are going the opposite. No, it's not. If you came to that conclusion, that's you. I've never heard anybody even say that.
You should know that the sun does the same exact thing. Why would you just ignore that?
Why would you just ignore that?
I mean, go into and then naming the experiments, the final experiments was just crazy.
That's Will Duffy, and anyone who's on with Austin Whitsitt, Austin asked him about that name, and he goes, "Oh, well, that's just the name I came up with. Name it whatever you want. Call it the expedition to Antarctica." So get over that. That has nothing to do with the outcome of the test.
You should demand a name change before going there. Or
who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
Just don't go, man, because that would
just don't go. Just don't go. If there's evidence against the flat Earth, why would you go there? Do you understand who has balls and who are weak little pussies? Is it obvious yet?
The entire flat Earth.
Dave Weiss changed with me completely the day I said I was going on that trip. That's when he couldn't, that ended it. You're not going to go and prove anything against my app. And then he did you hear him in this video? He tried saying that this experiment was made for him. Dave, he ran a poll of who people wanted to see go for free, and you were the one who was selected by the people. So the experiment wasn't made for you. A little bit of a Jesus complex there.
Look at the media right now. They are just attacking flat Earth because of that. So
no, they're attacking flat Earth because it's dumb. And then something like this happens and it puts it back in the media.
Why don't you just name it something else?
It already has been named something else. Name it whatever you want. The first experiment. You happy now?
Not be the final experiment.
Get over that. It has nothing to do with the outcome.
And so I feel like there is something behind that, and I cannot just ignore that. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
But,
right. When you name an experiment wrong, I can't pay attention to that experiment. Can't do it. If you don't name the experiment the way I want it to be named, then I don't look at that evidence. I just dismiss it.
I've done. They call that neuro-linguistic programming or something.
Oh, the name of the experiment is neuro-linguistic programming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I'll speak up a little bit.
Well, before you speak, I'm gonna have to let you go, guys. I gotta go. So I'll see you next in the next stream. Have a good day. Bye, bye, guys. Ciao.
Hey, but real quick, guys, on the final experiment, quote unquote, if you were to go off the southern tip of Australia or off the southern tip of South Africa, would you experience the same exact thing that they saw where they were located?
What do you mean?
Supposedly, but nobody did it.
What? Oh my God.
Just a question.
What do you mean nobody?
I mean, supposedly at the same latitude.
There's people in Antarctica right now, Dave. All over the continent. You're lying to people. You know that that's the case.
Right?
Right?
Hey,
what else can I lie? Can you buy my app?
Sean, can you make me big screen for a second? I
got to sell my app. Can you make me big screen?
Some graphics. I want to show my.
I got to shill this app that's been debunked and also steals data and gives it out to any hacker that wants it. You want Jaren's address? Just log into the API from the app.
Final experiment. Right? Where is it? There. It's transited. So
that's your app.
Yeah. So
this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So now what Dave is doing is he's bringing up impossible experiments that don't prove anything, and he's going to claim that this is the one that will change him. We can't see that Dave will never change his opinion.
Here I am. We're in Chile, and we get 2 airplanes. We go to Antarctica. We prove that we're there.
No, you don't. Where did you land, Dave? Where did you land? Do you think you can land those planes on the fucking ice at the peninsula? You're retarded.
We turn the planes sideways.
Oh, we turn them sideways? On what? On what landing strip did they land on?
It's 10,000 miles around. It would take 500 miles an hour. It would take 10 hours to meet at the other side. Now, that doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. It proves that we went around a continent.
Right.
On a flat Earth, it would look like this. We go from Chile to Antarctica. We turn the planes. It's 68,000 miles, allegedly. That's a Captain Cook measurement. And it would take 68 hours for those planes to come and meet over there. Right now, that's a long flight.
Wait, it would take what? Hold on. What did he say? What did he say?
If you were to go off the southern tip of Australia or off the...
Do you think before you guys make this video and talk about this, should you look into if you go off the southern tip of Australia and off of South Africa, if Antarctica is the same? Do you know that there's flights to the South Pole from those places, and they're all about the same? I think Australia is a little bit longer, but it all matches the globe.
Southern tip of South Africa. Would you experience the same exact thing that they saw where...
Do you realize yet that for the Earth to be a lie, then there's going to be a lie somewhere that's going to start to break down. I went to 80 degrees south, and the sun did what the sun's supposed to do at 80 degrees south. They can't fake that. Do you understand that? You can't fake that.
They were located.
Supposedly, but nobody did it.
I want to hear what he said again. It's a stupid thing with a stupid plane.
I want to show my in Chile to meet at the other side. Now that doesn't prove.
Where would they land over there? In the ocean? Just land out in the ocean there. So there's no runway there.
That the Earth is a globe, it proves that we went around a continent. On a flat Earth, it would look like this. We go from Chile to Antarctica. We turn the planes. It's 68,000 miles,
Right,
allegedly.
So remember, he's saying something that's impossible.
That's a Captain Cook measurement. And it would take 68 hours for those.
Okay. So it would take 68 hours to go all the way around it. Is that what you mean? Very confused by what he's talking about there. So you just said it's 68,000 miles all the way around. Correct? And each plane's going half. So I see what he's saying. So 33,000 miles. Okay. But here's the problem. Is that right here, you're going to have to land if you did that. So what happens if there's nowhere to land? It's not even a real thing. It's not even a real possibility.
To come and meet over there.
How long do you think planes can fly?
Right now, that's a long flight. It
Okay,
actually
thank you.
can't happen. It's
Right.
too long of a flight.
So what?
But the question is, does that prove? Well,
What? So he just he's named an impossible experiment.
if we look at this map, perhaps they went from Chile to here, and then they went around there, right? So we don't know.
We do know that it matched perfectly with what they show as Antarctica. We flew over the peninsula. We went in exactly the amount of distance that you're supposed to go. Do you realize that you can do it couldn't be out here, Dave. God, I get so upset to think about this. When we were in Punta Arenas, okay, and you fly south, that we can calculate for every 69 miles we go that the sun needs to change or the south celestial pole needs to change by a certain amount, which is 1 degree. So I was able to figure out coming back, like how much, that's perfect. Because when we were looking at the sun south, it was like 13.5 degrees, 14 degrees, something like that. So if we're 14 degrees, then what should the sun do if I'm coming back from there and we're going to Punta Arenas? So I'm doing 14 degrees. And when we got to Punta Arenas, it was about 10 degrees south of the horizon. Okay. So we can figure that out. We can say, all right, let's look at this. So if it's 69 miles per degree, we went 14 degrees would bring the sun down to the horizon. Oops, did I multiply that twice? Oops, I did it wrong. So we have 69 miles per degree. 14 degrees would get us to the horizon. And now we need to put it 10 degrees less. So now we just need to add 690 to that. Okay, so it's 16. Oh, you can't see that. 1656. So what do you think the distance is from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier? Any guesses? Anybody? Let's go see. Punta Arenas to Union Glacier. Distance. Punta Arenas to Union Glacier. It's going to be easier just to get this stupid map out, isn't it? Let's see. Distance. Nope. Okay, let me bring up the Google Maps. It's easier that way. We'll measure it our damn selves. Okay, thank you. Whoops. That's my video editor. I didn't want to open that. Jeez, that's taxing. Oh, good. Close. Sorry, I opened the wrong thing. We need to go here. Google Earth is where. Just type it in, Jaron. Just type it in. Google Earth Pro. Thank you. Okay, so we had 1656 was our guesstimate. And this is still opening. Sorry, my computer. The DaVinci is very, very taxing on this system. And it shouldn't be open while streaming. And it is anyway. Okay, there we go. That's working fine. That closed. Close. 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 All right. So now we're going to go measure. We were in Punta Arenas here. Where is Punta? It's on the shore in here somewhere. Okay, so Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, which is here. Okay, is 1797. Okay, so it matches exactly what it had to be on a globe. Do you understand that cannot be faked? What you're saying is that they flew us to some other place, but the sun does what it's supposed to do here. Do you realize that's impossible? So your guys' entire belief system now is impossible. And I thought that if that ever came to be the case, that people would clearly say, okay, oh shoot, hold on, this thing's opening again. Why is it doing that? That we would clearly step back and say, okay, our belief was wrong. We're sorry. End of story. Move on. Find something else to do. But instead, you guys are going to hold on to this and make up lies. And the people that have to fall for it, I think, is terrible. The program will be closed because no project is open. Do you want to exit the program? Yes. Thank you. All right, now it's gone. So now I do want to show something here, too, that will really send this home to people. And I think that they need to get this. All right. So if you are on the equator, okay, let's watch this. I'm going to grab the equator. We're going to go down here. Let's put ourselves right here at the shore. Can you see? Sorry if you might not see the right. Let me put it as a browser. There we go. Okay, so we're going down to the equator. Just want to show you something just so you can recognize the impossibility that this is on anything else other than a globe. We're moving out this way. Now, a lot of people have been asking me, like, didn't you know this stuff before? How did you remember all this stuff now? How did you? It's because once something's open and you kind of get this idea and you're like, oh, now I understand the sun. And I understand that the sun directly proves the shape of the earth. Then it starts making sense. Then you can go anywhere and the sun does what it's supposed to do on that sphere, which proves the sphere. It can't do what it's supposed to do on a sphere if it's not on a sphere. Okay, so we're getting down here where the equator is. We're going to look get down. Sorry, move this out here. It's hard because I'm actually looking at my OBS screen, not the actual map. But we're still doing it. Still working. All right, so we're going to go here. We're going to look up. Now you look over here. Okay, there. Now you can click this little button to get the sun out. Let's go with, so that's today. So you'll notice that today it's almost going straight down. Now it's not right on the equator. Why not? So by this look here, would somebody be able to tell me whether it's the southern summer or the northern summer? What is it? Clearly, it's the southern summer. We would know. This is why I said that you can actually watch the sun and you would actually be able to determine like where you were. Okay, so from here, the sun's setting on this side of the equator, so it's the southern summer. And if we keep playing this forward, let me do it back a little bit so it moves a little faster. Okay, so now we're moving and we're going to go all the way to 317. Okay, there's 317. Zoom it back down. Okay, now we'll watch the 317. And as the sun, oops, did one too many. Look at that. 317, up there it goes. And as it comes down, it's going to go right in line with the equator. Sorry, didn't do that. There we go. Look at that, right on the equator line. So we know which way it's going to go now. It's going to go to the right. As the date changes, let's go back here, back, and here we go. So now we're in all of March, April, May, June. Okay, so now if you're on the equator and you turn to that direction, where the sun is going to be setting over here now, back this up, pull this on. Okay, come on. Go back one. There we go. I just want to see that better. Okay. So, and you'll notice if you can kind of see, you would have to be there to see this, but do you notice that the curve is to the, how would you explain this curve? It's curving with the cup end like a letter C. Okay. So like a letter C is the sun's going to come in and it's going, see how it's coming like a letter C and going down? Okay, it's not like a D, it's coming down like a C. Okay, so that's how you would know that, oh, it's over there. That's the way the sun works in the north. And we just saw the sun works the other way in the south. So let's move our person now. Are we at ground level? No. So now we're going to move our person to the north. Now, everybody in the north knows how the sun works because we all are from the north, right? So all of us pretty much live in the north, 95% of people. Okay, and when you live in the north, we're going to get up here. Okay, we'll go Tropic of Cancer for fun. We'll go United States somewhere in here, whatever. So here's Tropic of Cancer. Now we look, and now we know that the sun is going, see how the Tropic of Capricorn is curving down this way? Now you could say it's a flat earth. Let's pretend it's still flat. But I'm just saying, we know it travels that Tropic of Cancer on what date? June 21st. So we're going to go back to June 21st. Right in there. Okay, that's June 21st. So if we got down here to the tropic, okay, so we know that the sun's going to set there. So now we go here, back this up twice, oops, forward twice. This thing's a little bit funky to use. Not real time, there we go. Go. That's a little bit weird, it's going to take a long time. But we'll see that when the sun comes down, which direction it's moving, right? It's moving left to right. Notice that. The sun is moving left to right. Oh, come on. Stupid thing. One more. Okay, it's going to be a little faster this time. Okay. So there it goes, moving left to right. Okay? See it moving like that on June 21st. Okay, so now that makes sense on a flat Earth map because that's the direction. If you kind of look at my mouse, the sun is going that way, going around the Earth. Great. So here's the problem. The flat Earth works fine in the north. You're not going to get any argument there. But as we go south, back out of here just a little faster, get up there. Okay, so now we're going to go to the south. There's the equator. There's the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, this is, what is this, Africa? Can't tell where I'm at. No, this is Australia. All right, so we can just go here for now. That's fine. We're going to go down here. We're going to park ourselves down at the coast looking for the sun to set. So now remember, if the Earth is flat, I'd rather do it from South America because I can use Australia as an example. So we're going to go over to South America. You could do it from there too, but it's just easier for me to explain it with Australia being the place that needs to go next. All right, so from here in South America, let's go down here. And let's watch the sunset here on December 21st instead of June 21st. Back here, here. That's 5, 6. Which one will go this way? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 20. Okay, so here's December 20th. We're going to get down here. And then when you see this, this is all you need. This determines the shape of the Earth. We don't even need anything from NASA, anything from authority, anything from government, anything from professors. We just come down here and we say, and I was down here, I saw it. Go this way, back, back. Okay, now we're watching the sunset here. Come on. See, I always hate when I do that. One too many. There. Okay, here it comes. What date are we on? Sorry, we're not on 12/21 yet. 12/20, 17, 18, 19, 20. One more. There we go. All right, now watch it. Okay, you'll notice that the sun sets right to left. Okay, and remember, you're down here on the ground watching the sun. We're already at there. Here we go. And you watch the sunset right to left. Okay, so that's what we saw from South America. Now, you have to think to yourself, how could that be that the sun's setting right to left? Now, here's the thing. It sets that way for everybody in the South at all times. Okay? This is how you know that those figure 8 maps or the ones that people try to draw with 2 poles don't work, because in the north, the sun always sets left to right. Even when it's the southern summer, it's still setting left to right. Okay? Because we're in the north. In the south, it always sets right to left. So you need to think to yourself, how could that be possible? And we were here. Let me get it. See this a little better. Not seeing very well. Thank you. All right. Was that Africa I was in? It meant to be over here. My bad. All right. So when we were down here at Punta Arenas, watching the sunset on December 21st, looking south, east, southwest like that. And get down here. Okay. So when we saw this, and then we have the sun coming over on the 12/21. Look how the sun is setting. Look how drastic it is. Let me pull it this way. And this is what we saw. The sun was coming here like this, and it went right. Look at that. Look how it's swinging right to left. You can't see it very good. Let me lower this and move this up. There we go. It's a little better. Easier to see. Okay, so the sun comes like this and set. Now, you can go watch my Punta Arenas footage. We then turn to the south, and this is what we saw. The sunlight is over there. We're like, what the hell's going on? And then in no time, because by 5 o'clock the next morning, the sun rose from right here. Oops, a little further. That's south. There we go, southeast. Now, please think to yourself, that sun had to go above the heads of people in Africa and above the heads of people in Australia. There is no question. Then you have to think, wait a second, if that's the sun and it's flying above the Tropic of Capricorn, fact, not mystery suns like the flat Earth, not apparent suns like the flat Earth. It is a fact that it's above the heads of people on the southern tropic. So you can put 2 and 2 together and say, oh shit, the southern tropic is over here. That's where the sun is. On a flat Earth, think about a flat Earth, you would have to turn here. The sun should set and then it has to go to the right. On a flat Earth, Australia is over there. So how did it go the opposite way? How could it reach Australia? How did it reach Africa. It doesn't make any sense. So the flat Earth is done. Toast. Goodbye. Arrivederci. Whatever else you want to call it that, something like that, whatever. It is no mas. We know that. Just the way it goes. We get over it. We say we were wrong. Now that we've got the proper information to make the determination of what we saw, then we just use that. We say, okay, we're wrong. My bad. And that's all you do. But again, I can't keep saying this week after week. People are going to get bored of it. I'm bored of it. Because at this point, if we were just adults about things, we would recognize that we were wrong. Were we wrong for a long time? Yeah. 10 years. But once you got the information, then I believe you're responsible for knowing at this point that you're wrong. And if you disbelieve that, I mean, who was it was saying right now that they don't think there's a 24-hour sun down there? Was it? I forgot who was just saying that. Was it? Somebody was saying it. But if you don't think that, then why don't you take MC Tune up on his challenge? MC Tune has a challenge right now where you can put $100,000 in escrow. He'll put $100,000 in escrow. You guys will go down there, and whoever is correct, you get your entire trip paid for plus this additional money. What's better than that? Take your wife, get a free trip for both you and your wife. But the thing is, flat earthers don't really believe what they say. Right? I believed what I said. I didn't have money, but when somebody said, I'll take you there, I said, good. I want to go see if I was right. We went there. I found out I was wrong. And I'm not just using the sound effects for them. I will use the sound effect for me as well. I was wrong. It's very, very wrong. It's not very good to do that. And, and I had a good attitude about it. I was down there. I was just laying back in the tent, and I was like,
this game sucks! This game sucks!
Maybe that was
me.
It's
terrible!
Maybe that was me.
It's so pathetic how you aim, the mechanics, everything. It's embarrassing.
That was me. Yeah, that was me. I was not very pleased. But, I mean, again, what are you going to do? What were you going to do? And then I asked some people, like, well, do we have any chance left? They're like, no.
Way wrong answer!
It's a way wrong answer. It's not even close. Not even close. So, at this point, it needs to be flat earthers who can admit that they were wrong, like Rob, like Patricia, like Nick Havoc, like Paul on the plane. I give them so much credit because I realize the difficulty of this. I've already seen what's happened to me. I've seen how your former friends will no longer consider you even human. Okay? It's funny. It's almost like, for me, it's very strange that I'm saying the same things that I said as a flat earther about the other side. It's so weird. Because before I was saying globe earthers don't treat you like a human being. And then I was saying, and flat earthers are great people. And now I'm on this side saying, no, actually it's the flat earthers that are treating you not like a human being. And that the globe earthers are good people. So it's really just a matter of people only accepting those who have the same equal beliefs as them. However, there's a difference. The difference is globe earthers were right. That's the difference. The difference is flat earthers are treating people like shit, but they're wrong. They're just wrong about their beliefs. And it's not even a question for me. It's like, I don't feel for a second like, I wonder if maybe it is flat and I was wrong about this or something. Nope. No, because it cannot be flat. Okay? So I don't know how many times you need to show this, but if you think about it, here you are watching the sunset in a drastic fashion. Oops, did I move it somewhere else? I might have moved. I don't remember where I'm at. But, oh yeah, we spun around. We got to spin around this way. Back to see the sun over here. And if you go watch the Punta Arenas footage, the sun does exactly that, which matches the globe, not the flat earth. Do you understand the difference between matching observations? So I'm in Punta Arenas, and this map that I see here on my screen is exactly what the sun does. Okay. And then there's the flat earth model that says the sun needs to go the other direction to stay above the Tropic of Capricorn. So what do you think? One is impossible. One does not even make any sense at all. And the other one perfectly matches the observation. I don't know why I have to be the one to harp this home when you can just figure it out on your own. It's not very difficult. Not very hard. And the flat earth map just does not call for that. And again, if we need to go to, do we have it here? I'll show you this one time because I think it is one of the better things that there is, this Andrew Marsh model of the Earth. Now, for people who say the globe Earth doesn't have a model, what? This is a globe Earth model, and you can verify it by going to SunCalc, find any rise and set time for any location, go here, check this rise and set time. Does it match the spherical Earth? because you can actually turn on things like this sunbeam, and you can turn on the twilights, and you can turn on the tropics. Okay, so now when you start wondering, well, what was really happening when we were there? Now things start to make sense. Remember, we were down here, okay, and we were on December 21st, or we were December 14th, whatever. We're just going to the solstice, and we can see. Oh wait, so when we turn, we do notice there's a. This thing's always hard to turn. I can't get it to go that way. But we can see that this line actually turns as the sun's setting, goes down, and it comes back around to this side. So we're standing here, right? And we see the sun set, go around, come right back up. We saw the light south of us. We said, that's weird. If the sun's over there, well, then it's clearly going around Antarctica. So when you have a trip that you're taking and you've got a globe Earth and a flat Earth, and you've got what the observations would show for each, and they perfectly match a globe Earth, what do you want me to do? You guys said, according to Ian, he said, yeah, we would have gone down there. We would have seen it. We would have come back and said, well, we got to work on it. Go work on it, Ian. What have you been doing for 2 months? Should you be working on our observations? Because even if you were, you'd be at the same place, nowhere. I want you to see something here just one more time. I love to show this because I think it's proof, or at least high evidence that we live on a globe. So if you go to the equinox, which will go to September, I don't know, 17th or 20th, whatever in there. Oh, actually, you can just select from up here and go summer or autumn equinox, spring equinox. We'll go there. All right, so we're at the March 20th. So if you're at the March 20th, then we're going to move this little locator guy over to this side and here. Oops. Okay. There. So we're on the equinox. We're here. We're going down to the equator. Okay, great. So we know the sun rises east, sets west, and if you look over here, you'll notice that it says daylight hours 12:07. Okay? How could it be that if I move this latitude line, it stays at that same time? Look at the daylight time. It'll increase by a couple minutes due to atmospherics, I guess. But see how it goes 12:07, 12:08, 12:09, 12:10. Okay, and then it gets to the pole. Okay, now if we go back the other way, from here, it's going to do the same thing. 12:07, 12:08, 12:09, 12:10. Okay. Crazy. It's crazy that everywhere on Earth on the equinox has the same amount of daylight hours. Just alternate, opposite here up in north and south. So now what we're going to do is we're going to change the date to December or June 21st. June 21st right there. Okay, so now we're on the summer solstice for the north. Let's move what we're going to show here is I'm going to show you if I take this guy and move him like this. Watch the times here. Now, so down here at the South Pole, what do we have? We have, what did I do? Daylight hours, what did I do here? Oh, I don't know what was going on. So now we're at the South Pole and it shows 0 hours of daylight, right? Because the sun, you can see here, goes around and shines on this plane of the flat plane of the Earth, or the flat plane of the sunlight hitting the Earth. You'll notice that there is no way for sun to get down here. So it's in 24 hours of darkness. Okay, now if we take that line and we move it up, watch how perfect this is. As we move it up, can we actually see it? Thank you. So as we move this up, watch the daylight hours. Remember, we're at 0. So as soon as you get out of there, you're at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, perfectly, all the way up to the top, to 24. Why is it 24? Because if we look down on it, here we can see that if you're in the North Pole anywhere, the sun never leaves you. Let's go for a daylight time or daytime. How do I do daytime there? So now I'm just going to move this time of day, and you'll notice that as the sun goes around, you'll notice that the North Pole stays in light the whole time. 24 hours of daylight, okay? So there's no model like this of the flat Earth. So stop acting like you're on equal footing in there. Oh, we have all the evidence, and they don't have any, and their globe model doesn't work at all. Obviously it does. So now we're going to move this to the other date of December 21st. December 21st. Okay, great. Now we're there. And now we're going to see where our latitude line is up here. So it's way at the top. Let's move it down. Let's look at the daylight hours. So now it's just the opposite. Imagine what I'm saying. The north and the south are opposites of each other. This is not a question of they're lying to us, because anybody can go to SunCalc and check any of this. And there's nobody's ever proven SunCalc is wrong. And we can do that together if you want. But we can go here. We're going to now move this down and watch the daylight hours. It's at 0. What do you think is going to happen? How could it be that it starts going and goes the other way? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way to 24. If you think that they can fake that, you don't understand anything. It's not fakeable. Now, what did I think before? I thought that after the South, we didn't really know what happens. I didn't know. So it was very difficult to say categorically, is this all correct? I didn't even believe that there was a 24-hour sun. So obviously I didn't think that this sun was real. Going down there, seeing the sun do exactly what it's supposed to, talking to people in Australia, talking to people in other places, and everybody agrees that sun calc is correct. You're like, oh, if the sun calc is correct for everybody, then what do you know? It means that the earth is what they say. I don't know what to tell you. People act like it's a sin of all sins to say the earth is what they've said. And the only reason it is, because I believe they lie about everything. The only reason is because you can't lie about this. People live here. How are you going to lie about it? In order to lie about the earth, you would have to have some areas of the earth that would be incorrect. You can't have the earth and everything. Everybody goes and checks sun calc and it's correct for everybody. And there's, I guess then it's not a sphere. What? How does that make any sense? So we can go here. We're going to go. Oh, we already did that. We moved back up. So if we want to see something like, and I think I've showed you this before, that somebody brought it to my attention that if you go to right here at the tip of South America and you watch on December 21st, which is where I think we're at, right? Where's the date? Yeah, December 21st. Okay, so if we go there and we're just going to move this guy here, go to the tip right there. So we're at Punta Arenas right there, right? So notice this, if you notice this bubble too, they have the sun rising here, going up over our heads and setting here. It's exactly what we saw, right? And as we moved to Union Glacier, we'll just do that real quick. We'll go here, take our latitude and move it this way. As we went to Union Glacier, which is about there, if we can see that. Now, do you see what happened? Look at the red line, which is the sun line. Why can't I get this thing to look in there? You can see that the red line doesn't ever, come on. Notice that red line never hits the ground. So this was the biggest revelation to me, was like, oh, I get it. I get it now. And as we traveled up, like I just told you, the southernmost part of the sun, so let's move that down there. So we're going to go daytime here. We're going to go to the sun, see the sun there on that blue line. So the sun comes around, it goes all the way around until it gets to the southern part, which is going to be about here. Okay, so then we saw the sun in our south. So think of us in Union Glacier. That's the lowest that the sun is. And then I figured, oh, so if we fly back to Punta Arenas now, the sun's going to bend. Basically, I remember I told you this is 14 degrees high. So I knew the distance that we needed to go away from there so that it drops to the horizon. And then I added 10 degrees more because that's where it was in Punta Arenas. So if we take that, move this, latitude, watch as we go to here, and watch as you can see, watch the sun line. Do you notice now the red line's a little closer to the horizon? Oops, didn't need to do that. Okay, that's the daytime. So as we move our latitude up, watch that line. It's all of a sudden, it hit the earth. So if it hit the earth, you can't see the sun anymore. The sun's going to come around here. If you're right here, then the sun comes around to right here, sets for just maybe an hour or two, comes right back up. But we went further. We went all the way back to Punta Arenas, which is, I can't really see now. What is that? A little too high there. Go down to, oops, longitude, latitude. So Punta Arenas is there. Okay, so now you can see that the sun rises here, sets there, and then it's just under here for about 5 hours and comes right back up again. So then the question becomes, because I heard somebody ask me the other day, where was I at? Oh, it's that guy Jesse on that video, on that interview. He said, well, I don't understand how there can be a 24-hour sun in the north and the south. How could it be lighting up both? And I'm like, no, it doesn't do that. It's only a 24-hour sun in one or the other, which is more proof of the globe. If you stood right here at the South Pole, you would have 6 months of light. Then the sun would set and you'd have 6 months of dark. Now, for every bit you move away from that, it changes, of course. Okay, here in Union Glacier, they say there's 4 months, so from November through February. In fact, Union Glacier's got to be pretty close. I might want to find that out, actually. When are they done with the 24-hour sun? So if we go here, we were at negative 79.5, and I think it was like 80, 81, something there. Okay, there. Okay, so if we get down there, I just want to see when is their last day of 24-hour sun. So there, and they got to go to the date is here. Date. Okay, so we're in what, February? We're on February 28th today. Okay, so there's February 20. Okay, so so they just already had their sunset on right there. Okay, so on February 23rd, if you're down at Union Glacier, soon as the sun gets right here, it goes below the horizon, then comes right back up. So you're talking about an hour, maybe 30 minutes of dark. And then as you move through the rest of this year, it's going to soon become dark at Union Glacier 24 hours a day. See that? And then as it goes further, and it's going to come back this way. So you can't just pretend this model is fake, or that you can't just pretend like it doesn't work. And I wanted to show you the one other thing is just this. On December 21st, here, December 21st, because this one's a AE map killer as well. December 21, and I'll show you it on SunCalc too. So right here, we're going to go to Punta Arenas. I'm just going to show you this here. We can move our guy there. Punta, there, and move this way. Because I thought one of the craziest things about Punta Arenas is like restaurants opened at 8 o'clock at night. They weren't open at 7:30 because nobody eats that early because it doesn't get dark until 10 or later or whatever. And then the sun's kind of out for longer than that. It's just, the nights are just way different. So anyway, we're here at Punta Arenas. We're on December 21st. We are going to watch the sun as we go to time. Okay, we're going to watch the sun rise. So watch the sun rise here, and you'll notice as soon as it rises right there, okay, so the sun is now risen for these people. Now look at the amount of daylight hours, is 1725. Okay, why is that 1725? Because look how the sun unfolds to where there's the sun rising. Now it's zenith or meridian coming down to set. And notice how all these places are going to set first. Set, sets, but not in Punta Arenas yet. Sets. Now Punta Arenas is setting. Okay, so it's got a lot of daylight hours all the way around there. Impossible on an AE map. But what's crazier is that it explains, remember, if the sun is going this way, like it would on an AE map, you can't really see that well, this way, then these places here would get longer sunlight. They wouldn't get shorter. The sun is going that way. Why would this place get longest sunlight? They're not even, as soon as the thing comes around, it's going away from that. But if you look, watch this. So it opens up now. Look at all those places that get sunlight after, right? And then they actually set first. Here comes the setting, sets, but it didn't set down there. So when you watch the daylight hours here, 1725, if we start moving up this coast, what do you think is going to happen? That it's going to reduce. There it goes, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, right? So if you think about it, it shouldn't be that way. It should be the opposite. So every sign that we see, every observation we make, tells you where you live. If you're a flat earther and at this point you're choosing to side with Dave Weiss and the lying brigade over there, that's just, hey, I've done my best to show you why you can figure this stuff out on your own. That's not even mentioning the, let me see real quick if I can find this, Shane's model, which is the biggest travesty to ever happen to flat earth. This is when I knew that things were in trouble. As I said, all right, are we really going to stand for this? Are we going to stand for Stephen Alonso telling us that the flat earth predicted? Where is it here? Hold on a second. I can't find it. Isn't it under search everywhere? Yes. I thought it's called Shane's model. Shane's. There it is. Okay, so this took Walter Bislin's model of the Earth. He made it on a flat map to show the craziness of believing that the light can do what this thing says. And then they stole it and said, it does do with this stuff that you're saying is crazy. So let's just go one time so you can see the problem with the circumpolar stars. I'm going to turn on stars. Okay. We'll just kind of go over same thing. Day of the year, we'll go to 360, 350 is fine. And we'll move this thing out latitude towards the outside. Okay. Notice this red stars here that are around that Sigma Octantis. See these red stars? As you move the time, those red stars are going to turn around your location. Okay, great. But those are the southern stars, meaning people in the north can't see them. They're in the south. What do southern stars do? Remember, this is the flat Earth map. These are the southern stars, the ones that are on the outside of the plane or the outside of the disk. So remember, if those are on the outside of the disk and they're moving around, and then we just have to believe magically they're showing up over here circling the south celestial pole. How? If they're over here, how would they be showing up here if these people can't see the North Star because they're too far? You're too far to see the North Star, but you do see this star. It magically appears over here exactly where the globe says it would. Let's steal it and call it the flat Earth map and say we predicted it. This is when I knew they're done. And then everybody accepted it, and I said, oh, this group is done. This group is, I mean, I had people telling me when I would say something about that, they'd be like, oh, no, the flat Earth predicted the 24-hour sun. I'm like, what? Where the hell did you get that from? Oh, the Stephen Alonso. I go watch his stuff, and the guy's just a liar from top to bottom who's selling TFE shirts and hats. That makes a lot of sense. Not in permission from Duffy. Anyway, the stars going around the circumpolar area in the south is a problem. Okay. This is an easier way to depict kind of what we saw on that 360. Well, 351 is about what we saw. And if we move this out to the latitude of negative 79 where we were. Okay. And then if we put on the sun path instead of the stars. Did it move it backward? You jerk. Day of year 365. 351, 355. Okay. And then we move this out to here. Negative 79. Good. Good. Okay. And longitude was negative 81-ish. There. Oops. 81. Go. Okay. So out there. Anyway, you see this is exactly what we saw. Think of what you've seen of us. I was in the middle of this bubble, and we were looking north as the sun went around. Then it came around here. Went behind close to Mount Rossman. Then went back up and did that for 4 days. So it matches perfectly with this. Okay. Now the problem is that if on a flat Earth, when that sun was going around and I was watching it over here, it actually is over here. Jaron, how did the sun get from over here? How is the sun here in reality, but it's also showing on the back wall here? Well, that's just, it's magic. This is what I mean. The flat Earth needs to have an emergency second sun. And where do they need it? Well, they just need it where the globe says it should be by using one sun. There's no question here. Zero question. But yet, people want to come at me. People want to make videos about me, laugh at me, have all this fun. Well, you know what? Luckily, you guys are stupid because it makes me not care. It makes me not care. If you guys were super intelligent, I super respected you, it'd be different. But I don't because of how you've acted and how you refuse to look at things and at least acknowledge what I'm saying and say, okay, I understand why Jaron flipped. I'm not going to yet for this reason. But instead, it's like, oh, he must be bought off. He had to be paid for because he's following evidence and he's actually able to make up his own mind. Shut up. Shut up your mouth. You know, that one, you know.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Right, please. So, this is the sun that when we talk to people in Australia, like the sun's above our heads, we're like, well, we see it in the south. We see it south of us. Remember, if this is a flat Earth map, what is there anything going on in the south anyway? Now you can think about this. When we were at Punta Arenas, the sun set this way, right to left, but it needs to go around here and get over here. But we saw it set here, goes around and comes up here. So it does this. Goes like this. Because again, we can back this off to Punta and you'll watch that sun dip down. Okay, scroll down. There we go. So watch what happens when I back myself up to Punta Arenas. Okay, we're going to go to latitude. Watch the sun line, that yellow line. As soon as you get so far, watch it hit the horizon. Boom, sun drops below the horizon. Now you have a sunset. And when you get to Punta, which I think is at like negative 53 maybe, or 50, yeah, 53 I think. So this, let's see if that's it. Punta. Yeah, you just have to move the latitude a little bit. Or longitude around. Okay, there. So there's us in Punta Arenas, and that's what we saw. Identical. So yeah, I do have questions. I mean, the thing is once you've shown this to somebody, if they choose not, then it's on them, right? So like Whitsitt, like Lisbeth, like Jonathan, I don't know what his conclusion has been, but regardless, when you look at this, you have to acknowledge, yes, this matched perfectly what we saw. It makes sense now. Oh, I see that the sun goes, that's why the sun set. And that's why it didn't set in Australia, Antarctica, because when you fly this way, what happens? It lifts the sun up. You're going towards it. When you fly away from Antarctica, this part goes up. So this is when I knew, because I said, well, what about somebody at another place in Antarctica? Well, they would have the same thing, right? So if I move longitude around, let's say somebody's at another base over here. Okay. Well, yes, they see the same thing. Oops, I was not in Antarctica. Let me move the latitude back out. So there, now somebody's in Antarctica, okay, and they see the same thing. So I'm like, hold on a second. So everybody in Antarctica sees the same sun if they're at the same latitude. So they all would follow the southern sun, and they would always get to the same spot. What you have to believe if you're a flat earther is that when this sun is in the south, and everybody follows it, even though we know it's going to lift this up, right, so it's at a place where it's even for everybody at the South Pole, how could that be possible that everybody sees the same thing, but they're not in the same place? What? This map has you go away from each other when you go when you go towards the southern sun. But we know this. See this line up, or this dot up here? That dot up there you can see it right there, is the south celestial pole. Okay? So if everybody goes south till they get there, here they go, they're all there, boom, they're south. Everybody here on the outside of this map would all see the southern celestial pole above their heads. Why? Because they're on the South Pole. Christopher Allen says, Jake the asshole told you this years ago. Why didn't you back out at that time? So I don't know what business it is of yours. I didn't believe that. Let me tell you what I wrote to Jake in a text message, just so you know that I'm actually a man of my word. I'm actually a man, like unlike you people, that just go around playing Monday morning quarterback. Like, why didn't you do this when you did? Why didn't you do this? What difference does it make why I didn't do something? I'm doing it now. Wake up, retard. I don't think he's acknowledged this yet, but I sent this on the other day. It says, I may hate you and think you're a garbage human, but I've known for a long time that you're real since day one. You've never been able to see that. I am too. Oh, well. Doesn't matter. I'm a man who will admit when I'm wrong. I feel dumb that you were right. I should have listened. I put a block up because I hate cold-hearted logic, and you were using his videos to debunk flat Earth. I did think that we would solve it, and no one ever came close. This is me telling you I apologize. You were right. I should have listened. There you go. Somebody who's talked shit about my family, somebody who talks shit about me constantly, I'm able to stand up and say, you were right. I was wrong. I should have listened to you. None of you can do that. All right. So you can see here that this, when we move this around, these are all the same location, by the way. Do you notice how the sky is? It's the same location all the way there. Same location for everybody. So how is it? This is why the new thing to ask flat earthers is, tell me where the South Pole is. Where's the South Pole? It's got buildings there. It's got a barbershop pole there. There's cameras there. Where is it? Because where do I go to get there? Do I go from Australia? Do I go from South America? Or do I go for Africa? Where do I go? The answer is you can go from any of those locations, and if you fly south, you end up there. So how is that possible on this map? The answer is it isn't. You want a percentage on it? What percentage chances is it that the AE map is completely debunked?
100%.
Right. Exactly. Good answer. That is absolutely correct, sir. Very correct. It is 100% not possible that the Earth is flat. Time to wad it up like a little piece of paper, throw it in la basura. It is mierda and needs to be set in fuego. Okay? It's garbage. It's gone. Trash. Trash, I tell you. All right, so I'm trying to think if there's anything else I needed to tell you about that. There's just, if you have questions, you can ask them. I'm thinking about, I had a list of some stuff of these lies that I hear from flat earthers that I want to continue on. So we don't need to talk about it, but the idea that you can't look in the sky to get the shape of the ground is wrong. It's wrong. We use the sun for everything. You can't just declare, oh, we can't use it for this. Yes, we can. So it's become obvious to anybody that's a flat earther, if you don't realize that your team is now employing tactics that nobody has ever seen before, such as just disqualifying evidence for no reason. Again, it'd be like you saying, we don't look in the people's urine to figure out if you're pregnant. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do, because it's evidence. There's things that happen in your urine that dictate that you might be pregnant. So it's evidence of it. Do you see that? And then you can go and you can verify, okay, great. So there's evidence of these things, and we don't disqualify evidence because they don't have a one-to-one connection. Like, no, if we're measuring Earth, then we can only measure Earth. If we're measuring the curve, it has to be on the ground, right on the... Okay, great for you. But we do this all the time in life. It's called using, again, murder scene. You know, oh, we can't tell the murder weapon by the blood splatter on the wall. No, you can. There's a connection there. And all you need to be able to do that is a consistent metric, like the sun. The sun never goes, it doesn't go around here and then sometimes be like, oh, I'm going to dart out here for 15 minutes and then I come back and now I'm 15 minutes late getting around the Earth. Then we have a problem. Then you really can't use it because you're like, well, is this one of the moments that the sun went off track and then came back? Is this one of those days? Because then I can't really verify that it's doing what it's supposed to do. The sun does not budge. We know where the sun is at all times. Right now, they know exactly where the sun is. It's never been off kilter, off track, or anything. So, if the sun goes around this Earth in 24 hours, and always has, then you can determine whether the map is correct or not based on what we see with the sun. So when you see the sun set this way, right to left, how could it be doing this? Setting this way. So it means that this line comes down this way, goes around here, comes back, and that is your tropical Capricorn. And then that means that Australia is over here. And then we have Africa over here. How does that work? Well, it's because it's the other side of the earth. So that's another thing. I don't want to hear that anymore from people. I mean, we could randomly, I didn't want to watch any more of that show, but I don't know if anybody's got any times that they want me to look at. It's just cope. And it's oh man, it's puzzling that many people jumped on. Did all those people jump on? That they said were going to come, or did some people not show up? Did Witsit come back? I don't even know. Did I get rid of that? Where did that video go? Where did that video go? Oh, I must have got rid of it. Shane's model. I don't know what I did with it. Back here? Nope. I don't know what I did with it. Anyway, maybe it was here. There it is. Oh, wait.
Or it's for those planes to come and meet over there. Right now, that's a long flight. It actually can't happen. It's too long of a flight. But the question is, does that prove? Well, if we look at this map,
it's just going to skip forward and listen to a couple of these things.
On the dome. Now, this larger dome rotation of the entire field in the southern part of the realm on the dome. Now,
well, I'm not hearing what he's saying.
Incorrect, and we can show that. So, but yeah, with something that it can happen, then we can say definitely there's not only one way that it can happen, which is what they've always told us. If we have southern star trails, then we must live on a globe. If we have a southern 24-hour sun, then we must live on a globe. And that's just...
It's not that we must live on a globe. It's that there's one model that describes it. You're making it sound like they're saying, oh, if this one thing happens, then it means that that's the it. No. Sometimes there's things, I've mentioned it before. The flat earth better explains seasons. So just because I think that the flat earth better explains seasons doesn't mean that I think the earth's flat. Because there is evidence of things. And yeah, so the flat earth kind of explains the season. And I mean only in the north, by the way. I have to put that in there. It only explains the seasons in the north because it doesn't track the sun in the south. But I'm saying that you still want to weigh which claims better match the evidence. And here's what the thing is about flat earth. You guys don't even agree to make claims anymore. You dictate that you're not going to make claims. You have no model. You have no map. So just want everybody to realize that now we have a flat earth that has no map and no model that's trying to tell people that they've got the correct layout of the earth. Let me say that again. Flat earthers no longer have a map or a model, and they say that they are in contention for the shape of the earth and the way the layout of the land is.
Incorrect, and we can show that. So, but yeah, with southern star trails, in the modeling that I do, it is showing a reflection of the northern star trails.
Never been shown to be anything close to being reality. There's different stars there. Where's Orion's belt in the south? Where's the Southern Cross in the north?
So what it does is it gives you an apparent rotation of the entire field in the southern part of the realm.
Does it rotate around a central spot?
On the dome. Now, this larger dome isn't really... I mean, it's missing. Obviously, we're missing a whole lot of stuff here. We're missing different layers of atmos. We're missing temperature. We're missing, frozen conditions, and then really hot conditions, humid conditions, arid conditions.
Yes,
the salt water, the pressurized system of the waters outside and inside, and how that's causing different pressure gradients and things like that. The stratification of not just the...
How close are these guys to actually getting a model that works, please? I want to know if anybody knows.
Not even close.
All right, just making sure. Thank you.
Gaseous layers, but everything else that we see everything stratify into layers, like,
what?
And that's just part of it. But
this guy's just saying words.
As far as what I would say from studying dome refraction, what I would say...
Who cares?
Called dome refraction using different kinds
dome
of
refraction.
The southern star trails make perfect sense.
Oh boy, here we go.
Even if you take like this glass dome and you draw circular patterns on a paper, perfect circles starting from the center and working.
They make perfect sense. The circumpolar stars I showed you make perfect sense.
Of those circles, draw arrows in one direction.
How is that?
No good.
It's better. Look at that through this glass dome. you're going to see at the equatorial line this kind of straightening
What?
where you have an arc in the center.
Look at Lee and Leahy just nodding yes. Look at these guys all nodding yes.
Beyond that. So it's just dome refraction that's causing
It's just dome refraction.
the way we see the lights in the ceiling above us.
Right.
And it's really not that complicated.
No, not that complicated at
A
all.
lot of times shining lights through domes and playing with different
Like
kinds
my
of
wife
lights,
always says, not tonight.
using different kinds of lights, lasers, using prisms, and all kinds of different things within a dome scenario.
None of these people
to
believe
see
this.
how these things can quite easily work, just like we
Quite
see in real
easily
life.
work.
So,
No good.
The cool thing is it fits the biblical description of what I think is Job 37:18.
Oh, boy.
It says that it's like
Let's go further.
I think I sent you a picture.
Not him still.
Accessibility and a South Pole of cold. Those are the 7 known South Poles. But I got a video.
What do you say?
Yeah.
Like,
was the highest altitude approved drone.
This might be a
This is a map of all of the bases. Good.
I was just going to say this might be a stupid question.
Real quick, this is
you might have covered it already.
Go
but
ahead.
Sorry, brother. This might be a stupid question, and you might. This might be a
This is
question.
a map of all
Sorry,
of the
I
bases.
accidentally clicked that.
Good.
I was just going to say this might be a
Okay.
stupid
Real
question.
quick, this is
you might have covered it already.
Go
but
ahead.
Sorry, brother. This might be a stupid question, and you might have covered it already. But how do we know there is a South Pole? I mean, everything's pointing north,
Oh,
so
boy.
the South would just be the opposite of what things are pointing to. So how do we know there is an actual South Pole? Or maybe there's just one pole.
Oh, boy.
Is that a stupid question?
Somebody tell him the truth.
We don't know. Globe, that this is the
Austin, you going to help him out here? Or are you just going to stay quiet?
There's what's it? Did you get to hear that question at all that Alex just had?
How do we know if there's a South Pole?
Yeah.
We don't.
Oh, God.
I tried to tell Jaren that yesterday.
Oh,
That's not
boy.
a stupid question then. Thanks.
How many
No,
South
I don't know why
Poles
I
are
keep
there?
saying we said we went to the South Pole.
I didn't say we
Now
did
know
that.
there's a South Pole. Like, what are you talking about? We literally didn't.
Again, that's a lie. I never said we went to the South Pole. Find me saying
How
that.
many South Poles are there? What's it that you've heard of, or anybody on here? Marty?
There's
anybody,
one
Alex,
South Pole.
Mark, Dave, Karen.
So really, it's gotten to the point now that these people are all lying to keep the grift going. They're all going to make up their own lies. They're going to say their own things. I never said we went to the South Pole. I said we went to 80 degrees south, and that I knew everybody could go towards the southern part of the sun and would end up at the South Pole. We also met a girl who went there while we were there. We saw her leave. She flew to the South Pole and came back, and then told us when she got back what she saw. There's a base there. People are there. You can call them. You can go there. So rather than say we don't know, in order to save your grift, why don't you go there and find out? You should be able to come to the conclusion after what the trip we went on, that what you're saying then is that when you get to 80 degrees south, magic happens. I don't know. After 80 degrees south, even though the sun works perfectly everywhere, after 80 degrees south, it then becomes Fantasyland. It's the only explanation that works. So these guys have chosen to go with Fantasyland make-believe. They will not fix their flat earth. It doesn't change the sun. It doesn't make the sun not go around you. It doesn't make the sun go the right way. It's called absolute and total copium. There's nothing else to call it. I don't know. Pretty sad.
the globe religion.
I think whatever direction you go, when you get to 90 degrees south, you can say that's the South Pole. So whatever that ring
Holy smokes.
is, it would be like the South Pole ring versus the equatorial ring.
I mean, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
So that's the magic number is 90 degrees.
Of course.
That's where they tell us the South Pole is. I mean, this is a map right here of all of the bases, and then if you look at it on a flat Earth, you have bases out here. People from this base don't meet people from.
Yes, they do. He's lying. People fly from Punta Arenas. They go to Union Glacier, and then from there they fly across to Australia. They go to the base, Mawson's base, where the other landing spot is. Dave, you don't know shit. Stop talking.
This base. Hey, let's go to the South Pole. They're too far away.
What?
This is what I'm saying. Does anybody know about people who've gone to Antarctica and then done the extra trip to the actual geographic South Pole and then run into somebody who came there from the other side?
It happens all the
I just
time.
don't think that's happened.
Oh my goodness.
So,
I'm sure we could get someone to tell a story that it happened.
Right. It's just a
If you go to antarcticguide.com, it says that there are actually at least 7 South Poles, according to antarcticguide.com.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you for looking that up.
Geographic South Pole, a South Pole rotation, a South Celestial Pole, a South Magnetic Pole, a South Geomagnetic Pole.
Yeah, dipshit. What you're saying does not help your situation. There is a South Magnetic Pole. Known. There is. So what we need to start doing is we need to tell people that they don't believe in a South Pole. Just leave it at that. People say, what's wrong with flat earthers? They don't even believe there's a South Pole. There's a South Celestial Pole. Austin saw it. I saw it. Austin claims there's no South Pole. He saw the South Celestial Pole. So what's below it? Magic. Mystery magic land. What's below the North Celestial Pole? Oh, the North Pole. Okay. What's below the South Celestial Pole? Magic land. Fairy dust land. We don't know because we don't know. No one's been there, so we can't say. Have you been to the North Pole? Have any of you guys here been to the North Pole? The answer is no. Not one of you has gone to the North Pole. Why do you know that it exists? The North Celestial Pole. So, North Celestial Pole, we've never been to the North Pole, but we know it exists because it's below the North Celestial Pole. Got it. South Celestial Pole, what's below it? Magic land. Good job, guys.
Whoever's typing, hit mute, please.
Yeah.
A South Pole of inaccessibility and a South Pole of cold. Those are the 7 known.
Yeah.
South
Right,
Poles.
it's only the known ones,
But I got
guys.
a video I posted 2 days ago. It's got almost 100,000 views.
Oh, boy.
I was 5,000 feet in elevation. I took a solar filter to the sun. I got an hour-long time lapse of the sun shrinking into a little red dot.
Then you didn't use a solar filter.
And I'll show you guys that video if you want to check it out real quick.
Let's do it.
You did that with the infrared camera?
No, I got infrared of the sunset too, and you can see the shadows from the sun changing direction at the last couple minutes of the sunset. I've never seen that before. I can't explain that on a globe. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what's going on. It looks like the shadows get more and more parallel to the observer and close in on the observer as the sun gets further away, which
I don't know if this
on
one-
a globe just makes absolute
We keep going.
And
He raises you to eternal. Was battled against by the Greeks who worshipped Zeus.
Oh, here we go. Come on.
well,
Any good?
I will say I fully disagree with his conclusion. I think it's completely illogical. It requires
That's
throwing
fine.
out tons of physical evidence and just ignoring it. It's fallacious, et cetera, et cetera. But like, I have a relationship with Jaren. I know him. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think the route forward for either side, this goes for Jaren as well, obviously, is to like start attacking, calling people liars, whatever. I think it's weird.
Don't call people liars when they lie. That's the best way forward, guys. So we're just going to not call people liars. When, again, they say things, but they'll never be able to provide receipts. This is the thing. Where is the receipt from Mark Sargent that I texted 15 people threatening them to leave Flat Earth? Where is this? Where's these receipts? Where's the receipts that I took a payout, that Robbie took a payout from Logan Paul? Where's the receipts that we removed Robbie from the conferences? I mean, it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. So it's upsetting. It's upsetting that to be in my position, imagine that you thought you were on the side of truth. You thought you were on the side of people being honest. And they at least confused you enough that you thought that what they were saying was honest and you trusted them. And then you find something that tells you, oh, you're wrong about that. I thought people would follow. Some people have. But now you're looking at these same people that you were with and you realize that they're just lying. And it could be, I still will say that it could be that they just don't know or don't understand. But when I explain it, when other people explain it, they refuse to look at it. I've already talked to Ian Leahy a bunch, sent him message after message. And nothing. Oh, I did want to read this. I'll just read this real quick because I thought it was a good post. I made a post the other day on my Gerants. If you're not following that, it's t.me/Gerants, Gerants. And I just want to read this post because I think it was good. And we'll go from there. But, I mean, really what it comes down to is exactly what I'm going to say here. So we go. Where are we at? Here. All right, so I said, this is a warning to the community. You listened to me before. You may want to listen to me now, and this is very important. The writing is on the wall, and the players are exposing themselves. Certain people make money from this community and content, and they will never give it up. Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent can never let Flat Earth end, so it's up to you to realize you're being lied to. Nathan Oakley will lie to your face to feed his daughters with super chats. Channels that are hosted by literal retards like Flatzoid and his grandpa Sov haven't got something right in months, so they just lie to you. These people will lie about you and throw you under the bus if you do anything that might hurt the grift. They make up lies, and they know that you trust them because they feed your belief system. This should show all of you that you're indeed in a cult. A cult that says you can't flip back. You cannot believe this for 10 years and say NASA sucks and then change your mind. This is worse than any religion. If you leave a church, the church members don't say things like, oh, they took the big money to leave the church, because no one has ever left this church, only those paid by the enemy. Robbie Davidson decides to step away from Flat Earth, and what happened? In one day, he's now been paid off with an entire backstory, right? Because it's impossible that a Flat Earther could ever leave or be wrong, so this cult now says he was paid. Patricia leaves by writing Mark a letter detailing why she's leaving. And did Mark read it? Of course not, because it has in it reasons that the cult may not hear. Else, more may leave for big Duffy money. Patricia and I have told DJ Curious all the reasons we have issues, but on the show, he pretends that he has no idea why anyone would leave, because he can't tell you what Patricia and I said. This Flat Earth community needs to be aware and be diligent. It is clearly a cult of grifters from Dave Weiss to Mark Sargent and anyone else who has money to lose. They are not about the truth. Dave Weiss has gone around with a made-up story he's telling everyone about me getting a new house as a payoff. This is just him knowing that I said after his app leaked my address that I'll have to move now. So he is telling everyone who will listen that I will be paid off and look for me to be moving soon to a new house, and that the cover story will be that I had to move because of his app leak. Do you see how low down and dirty that is? So now if we move, everyone will say that I was given the house. And how would I prove that I rent rather than revealing, or how would I prove that I rent without revealing the address, which is the reason I'm moving? These guys know that they have you. They have zero shame. Dave Weiss has been wrong more than anyone ever. He has predicted terror attacks and natural disasters. He makes outlandish claims and is never correct. He has been frantically calling anyone who can listen to say Jaren is infected with nanobots. Steer clear of him. He was paid off. Will Duffy is a satanic preacher who gives sermons at a fake church and is going to jail soon as the SEC decides. No, this is Dave caring zero for the welfare of others. He doesn't care how much danger he puts me in. Do you think that he cares about securing your data with his app? The people operate with no moral code. Cult members and leaders through and through. I can't believe the people I thought were friends who have gone and just done disgusting things. Things that would make anyone sick, anyone except cult members who will always be against those outside the cult and make excuses for those inside the cult. Conspiracy Music Guru, who has always been a great friend to me and always done my jingles and my songs. When I got back from Antarctica, I hadn't spoke to him, and then I came up with Dirtball of the Week. I sent him the lyrics and the background track, and he replied and said, well, now you're a Sphere believer, I'll have to charge you. I said, okay, wow, well, what's the price then? And he said, actually, I don't want to be associated with it. It's too divisive. So I was like, okay, dude, whatever, I will get someone else. Then he continued that he didn't like that I was calling people dirtballs. And I said, okay, Mr. Space Cunt doesn't like people being called dirtballs. Whatever, dude, you don't have to be associated with me and my segment. So I move along. Now let me tell you what's disgusting and show you what happens when you go against the cult. If you haven't seen, lucky you, but Santos Bonacci made a song which he calls me a faggot, my mom a whore, a bimbo, my wife a whore, a bimbo, that I stick rockets up my ass and that he hopes I die. I couldn't even get through half of the song. It's the lowest of the low and disgusting in every way. Says some girl's name and that I have a 1-inch dick, haha. Maybe he meant 1 foot because it weighs more than his entire frail vegan ass. The guy has lost his mind and is a garbage human. So that video hasn't been taken down even though it breaks every single community guidelines rule there is, but I know no one is reporting it. Why? Because the cult members are upset at me and wants to see me pay for the sins against the cult. I had about 6 people reach out to me to say how horrendous it was, how sorry they were, how I should try and get it taken down, but they felt terrible as no one should have to hear those things about their dead mother, wife, and son. I find any man like this to be the biggest pussy there is. Santos wouldn't say it to my face, so he does it from behind a phone in Mexico. Big tough guy would lose to 90% of women in a fight. Even Santos' niece reached out to me to apologize and said that he is gone and can't really get through to him anymore. He's on his way out, and that's where he gets his jollies. He can't present anymore, and it's a shell of him former self. He's a vegan, so his dick doesn't work, and he has to take out his anger on someone. Well, pretty damn dirtball. Why bring this up? Well, the dirtball of the week was easy, Santos. So when I was looking for the song and in searching Telegram, what do I find? I find that disgusting song has been shared by my friend, Conspiracy Music Guru, with a laugh emoji. A song that says that he hopes I die. My bimbo wife, my bimbo mom, my dead mom's a bimbo, my son all die. So Conspiracy Music Guru, who has problems with Dirtball of the Week, has no issue with some crazy man advocating for my death and attacking my wife, son, and mother. This was my friend until I dared to say something that the cult doesn't allow. He has Patreon money to uphold. Fuck, I forgot I donate to that loser monthly. I better go change. I haven't taken that down. I promote his channel, his links, and tell people to tip him and send him money whenever I can. So I go to my chat, and then this part he says I was wrong about. He might be right. I said I went to my chat with CMG to tell him, dude, why did you share that video? I never would have done that in a million years. And he never got back to me. So I guess after I said that, he did get back to me and say something else. And then I went back the next day to see if he had responded to that, and he did not. So I said, I went back and he blocked me and erased the entire conversation. Can you imagine the level of dirtball, not to mention pathetic piece of garbage that makes Alex Michael Conspiracy Movie Guru? So you see, none of these people are your friends. Just like Weiss and Sov and Mark Sargent, they will just throw you under the bus the moment that they feel the need. That video was shared by Guru to 2,000 people in his group, and 3 of those people spread it, including one person to a 60,000 person group. Oh, what a good friend to share the most disgusting of content, calling my innocent family names and wishing for death. That's okay with Guru, just don't do Dirtball of the Week. That's reprehensible. But Santos, he will spread that around. Well, there hasn't been a more fitting Dirtball of the Week. I will be pulling any content from this guy, spreading and advocating my death and the death of my family for my channel. I thought he was a good guy, and that was until you speak against the cult. Weiss must have had him on the phone quickly. I've always operated in truth, and it seems these people are just shitty humans and can't operate in truth. CMG is part of the cult. His money comes from the cult, so therefore he has to get rid of me to continue making money in the cult. I want to be quite clear. I'm not talking about believers, as you just parrot what these leaders say. Sorry, what these liars say. Weiss liar, Oakley liar, Sargent liar, fabricated his entire story last night, making up quotes I never said, pretending he has the inside knowledge when his insider is none other than the shekel grabbing and data dropping joke that is Dave Weiss. Jaren, are you saying you're the only one honest? Well, yeah, I mean, there's a tiny few other people, but vast majority lie to you constantly. The sun is apparent. We don't know its path. Liars. It is no longer about the truth. Speak truth in that cult and end up like me. Many of you don't have the balls to get out. And now I feel for you because they have you trapped. No way out. I'm just sorry that I didn't see this before, as I thought everyone was on the up and up. Now I see that's not the case. Dave Weiss has lied to me and about me from the moment I returned. You all repeat their garbage talking points, and it is so painfully obvious. Any flat earth creator saying you can't tell the shape of the earth using lights in the sky is simply an admission of the sun proves the sphere, so we can't allow it to be said in this cult. Should we also say that the same regarding other things? You can't tell if you're pregnant by looking at your piss. No, actually you can. Can you not tell who the murderer is by testing spit on a cigarette? Actually you can. We always use things around us to help us find the truth. It's called evidence. The makeup of your pee can indicate pregnancy. The DNA on the cigarette can help you find the killer. And the sun also does many things for us. But now you trust absolute garbage like the sun is apparent, or that the earth is moving upwards. Zetarded warrior continues to tell you this with no evidence of downward acceleration. Zetarded warrior continues to tell you that there is no evidence of downward acceleration. Possibly the dumbest thing said, and you guys eat it up. It is just a faction of the cult. Dave Weiss will never admit he's wrong. He lives off your app and money. He lives off the app money and leaking all of our home addresses without so much as a care about it. Weiss has made up an entire lie about me and is going around telling people, even saying that I'm infected with nanobots and paid off. This community is riddled with terrible people, liars, and scammers, and I do not mean those who watch the content. I mean those who produce it. It is obvious as could be that Dave Weiss is trying to save his app. Mark Sargent telling more lies in one show than anyone I've ever seen, saying things like Jaren said numerous times that if he returns saying it's a globe, then he's been compromised. No, I did not, loser. I said if I returned to say the moon landing was real or that we were zooming through space, that meant that I was compromised. And I returned and didn't say those things, so rest assured, nobody got to me. Not compromised. Still broke, fuckwits. But it seems futile to combat these liars because I think liars are clowns. Ashamed of themselves for some reason, so they lie to themselves till they believe it. Dave has been making the rounds saying that I am not a good friend to him, even though he promoted his app on my channel hundreds of times. He went and told Crow 777 that I was getting a house for my TFE fakery, and then Crow told Rose to warn her that I might be getting a paid out house, that I'm compromised. Obviously, Dave called Crow. When I asked Dave Weiss why he is going around telling people this crap, he lied to my face again, said he did not. The man lives in his house. The man lives in his own lies as if they are the truth. Yet Dave Weiss hasn't been right in a long time. And that's even worse than I found out. So he lies to my face, says, I didn't call, I have nothing to do with it. I didn't call Crow. Then I find out later that Crow blocked Dave because Dave then called Crow and got mad at him for telling, and it got back to me. That's hilarious. It's just like, You just are admitting to being a liar, admitting to calling people. You're not admitting it. You're lying about it, and then it's admitted by everybody else that it was you. So Dave is going around frantically calling people. This is why Mark Sargent has this whole lie about, oh, Jaren's in charge, and because Dave saw me in a chat say to Rose that there was 2 people that would be coming soon that I thought would be flat earthers soon. So that's what Dave saw. So he got scared, like, oh shit, who's these 2 people that Jaren knows, and I better find out who they are, and I better call everybody else and warn them that Jaren is the one pulling people out. Not pulling people out. People reached out to me and said, hey, can I get your answer on this? Can I have your take on this? And then they chose on their own to leave. I did not even encourage anybody to leave. Wouldn't do that. Where are we at here? Weiss hasn't been right in a long time. So I can't stop you from believing them, but I'm here to tell you that I destroyed my channel and last month made $340 for the truth. I chose not to lie to you and to be a dirtball. But that isn't a good thing in this cult. Any lie is accepted. We predicted the 24-hour sun in the south. We have all the answers. We use 180-degree refraction and call it proven fact. The globe needs 1.2 degrees of refraction to make the impossible eclipse work, and you guys would never even fathom allowing that. You starting to see yet that you're in a cult and this cult is ugly? They have made it so that you don't dare step out of line. Lisbeth will conform. Austin will conform because of us. I'm sorry. Where was that? Austin will conform because they don't have the balls to even contemplate doing what many of us have done. They will continue to push the debunked map and model of the AE. What a joke Flat Earth is now. No map, no model, never will. It is impossible. To get the idea of the place Flat Earth is in, watch the modern day debate from a few nights ago, Nathan Thompson on the Flat Earth side versus Will. He can't explain one Antarctica observation. Why? Because they're all impossible on Flat Earth. But you don't care. Flat Earth is winning, even though it will never, ever win another debate. Where is the South Pole, Nathan, Dave, Mark, Guru, Oakley, Leo, Flatzoid? What is under the South Celestial Pole? And where is it on Flat Earth, Nathan, David, Mark, Guru, Oakley, Leo, Flatzoid? Why do lines of longitude measure 17 miles at 80 degrees and not 330 miles as Flat Earth demands? Why does the sun set right to left for everyone in the south if the sun must go to the right? How do you circumpolar stars work on a flat Earth in the south? Nathan, Mark, Guru, Oakley, Leo, Flatzoid? They will never answer these questions for you. They will only say that it doesn't matter. You got to protect the cult. Don't let them hear those questions. Dave is willing to lie to you to save his grift. He has no moral compass at all. Tribe-like attributes are coming to the surface. After I point out that the rocket that is launched in the sky for real, despite what Mark Sargent says, and I see it on my horizon from 175 miles away when it's 25,000 feet high, Dave just says, oh, it's because of a 20,000-foot cloud, condensed over 175 miles to the size of the horizon, and the rocket is behind it for a minute 5 seconds. Oh, is that right, Dave? Do tell why I can see Canigou. A 9,000-foot mountain can be seen from 175 miles. No clouds anywhere. No deck blocking it. But if I can't see the rocket on the horizon until it's 25,000 feet, well, then Canigou must be no taller than the horizon. His claims are laughable, but he says it like he knows it, and you don't look into anything. You see what happens when you trust liars? How can we see a building 1,900 feet in Chicago? Shouldn't there be a 25,000-foot cloud condensed to the horizon and hide everything like it does for every other rocket launch? This is the same guy who tells you that they are CGI balloons. SpaceX doesn't catch rockets. If you listen to Dave, you are safe to always believe the opposite. How would Mark Sargent know rockets are fake anyway? He is too busy watching himself on Behind the Curve for the 800th time. And boy, is it easy to see he got all his talking points from Dave. After he's done lying about Robbie, Patricia, and myself, they go to break, and the ad is for Dave's Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Leak Your Data, including unhashed passwords and exact physical home location, and Zodiac Clock app. He is promoting the unsecure, debunked, data leaking app that has never been fixed, just leaking crypto addresses and 200,000 people's personal data. Who would promote the app that is now garbage? Mark would, because he doesn't care about you. Mark gets paid by David for the ad. So it will remain up. Money first and your data last. The map has been falsified. Of course, you won't hear this because the cult members don't want you to hear it. When I say it, they tell you I was paid off. They have absolutely no shame, and your only defense against these liars is to step back and look and really think, who is lying here? Who is protecting their income, and who tells the truth despite of it? In talking with Robbie and Patricia and others, we now see that while we spent years telling you that the other side was lying and deceiving, we were drinking the Kool-Aid. We now realize who has been lying and who will continue to lie to save their grift and following. Did Mark read from Robbie's post detailing why he's leaving? Of course not. I'm sorry, Robbie's leaving. Of course not. He can't let the cult hear the things. He must lie about him and say that he was paid off by Logan Paul. Didn't read Patricia's statement either. Did DJ read what I wrote to him or what Patricia sent him? Nope. He played dumb like he couldn't understand why people would leave the truth in exchange for flying through space, something none of us have ever said. You are all very much in trouble. If not now, then it will be... I'm sorry. If not now, then if you ever decide to question why Flat Earth can go nowhere, it can't... I'm sorry. My bad. If not now, then if you ever decide to question Flat Earth and why it can't go nowhere now, and it can't and won't, you just have to have CMGs and the Weisses and the Oakleys and the Sergeant get their last few shekels before the House of Cards finally collapse. Nathan Thompson couldn't answer one question from Duffy about our observations. He lies and contradicts top to bottom. You can't tell the ground from the lights in the sky, but claims he knows the North Pole is there because of Polaris. Many are leaving, and many are afraid to admit it. The community is falling apart, and some of you are in too deep. Well, good thing for you is now, with these lies, I will go on the offensive against these liars. They could have left me out of it, but instead they have stooped so low as they can easily ignore 10 years of friendship because truth is not in their best interest. Not mine either, but I let truth lead me, and they let money lead, and greed and ego run theirs. Be very careful. Pay attention to what these people say and ask for evidence. Mark said I sent 15 texts to people. Mark said I have sent texts to 15 people. Ask him to show you. He says they are copied and pasted. Ask to see. Challenge these lowlifes to prove what they say. They can't and they won't. They will just tell you that I am compromised, and anyone else who speaks out against their lies and shit behavior is from the globe side and should be ignored. Long live Flat Earth and the most ridiculous cult there ever was. One that proclaims to know where we live, but cannot make a prediction, cannot solve any problems, or help humanity in any way. I wish you luck in the coming weeks. You will need it, as liars are going to try very hard to shake the change from your pockets. This was the first step. Now, I did not know they were going to have this cope session together, but I spelled it out for you. Remember, it was me who told you the truth. The Earth cannot be flat. It's over, and never will be flat. No map, no model, no clue, no alternative. But how would you know the cult won't talk about any of this, or any Flat Earth problem? Just repeat, Spinning Ball Earth is impossible. Buy Dave's app. Tune into Strange World, buy a CMG music CD, and you can trust these guys. Your data is safe with Dave as long as you champion his... Sorry. Your data is safe with Dave as long as you champion this clown show cult. You should be safe, but probably not. So let me get to Super Chats. I did see a couple. Thank you guys very kindly. And yeah, what are you going to do? Pretty embarrassing what's going on here. All right, let's see. Close this. We're going to go over here. Super Chats. Thank you guys. Hopefully everybody's well. Did I see a $100 Super Chat? I think I just saw them go by. Let's see what we got here. We're going up to the top. All right, we've got... let me bring this up here. Unplugged. There we go. There we go. Oh, should I drink out of this mug? Just to upset some people. You like my mug? Oh, you can't see. Move over here. This is my wife's gift. This is my wife's hilarity. This is my gift. Since it's a globe mug. I'm drinking through the hole in the North Pole, so they were right about that. At least I got my husband right. All right, let's go to the Super Chats. We've got... 1 second, I don't like it showing up there. I'd rather be on top. Let's go to here and move it up there. All right, better. And there. And there. All right, we got Dib, 5 memberships. Thank you very much. We got Dave Kirscher, Dirk Swizzler. Sorry about the slip there. $20 Super Chat. Thank you very much. Oh, Super Sticker. Thank you for being here. We've got Schoon Drool, X Flats. I like that. I like that. I do like, like XFL was a cool logo. It could be just like XFE. I don't know. X Flurfs. You could be X Flat Level Earthers realizing facts. Something like that. Could be that. We've got, thank you very much for that. 1 membership donated from Schoondrel. Thank you very much. And another one, maybe? Thank you. Dave's Waffle House, $1.99. Thank you, Dave. Seen you here the last couple of weeks. Why do you trust these liars, Conspiracy Music Guru? Man, don't remind me. Don't remind me of that. That's so true. We did that song together. Keep on trucking, buddy. Thank you very much, Rhino. Oh, Rhino's in the house. Rhino, maybe you could film on Sunday if you're around. The scaled graph is a great demonstration of scale. Don't think I've seen any of the old debunkers use such a tool. Good job, great content. Thank you, Richard. I think it's pretty good. I mean, once you realize that, and again, that's why some of these things came to me where I was even somebody 6 months ago that I don't think grasped the size. Well, 6 months ago I did. I guess it was more a year ago because I started telling those guys. I was telling Brother Sanchez about it. Once I realized that, and I realized that we're going around saying, well, the ground beneath our feet measures flat. It's like, okay, that's globe evidence, so get me some flat earth evidence. And they couldn't. They just kept saying, well, water lies level and flat. That, by the way, we didn't look at that, right? So if you go back to that GeoGebra, is it still on the same page? Hold on. What happened? Got rid of my... oh, there it is. Home Depot. So let me just show you some... I don't know what that's going on there. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not 0. It's the other place. That's why. Oh! That screwed up. Shoot. I just click this button and move this. It should work. Good. So you just move that out of the thing. All right, so we're going up to the top. I just want to show you something. This is why when people say water finds its level and that's like a flat earth proof, we just need to tell them, wake up. That's what the globe says. That's what would happen on the globe. This is what you're missing, is water doesn't actually bend. Doesn't need to. I mean, that's a hard thing for me to say. It does bend, but it's bending in such a scale that we don't see that. Right? We don't see it. Hello, what are we going to? What is this doing? It's really strange here. I'm hitting, is this the right account? I did open Home Depot Earth. You want to save your changes this time. There it is. Okay, I thought it was gone. All right, so if we zoom in here, now remember, let's say we have a major flood. I don't know, or it's Katrina all over again. And in Katrina, we have a flood of water that, oops, put that back there. You're supposed to be at the ground level. There. Get it down there. Okay, so if we had a flood, let's say it's a huge flood. So this is 520, 560. It's a 40-foot high flood. Okay, we're just going to do that for fun. But if we take this and we go with a tables, and we're going to go with a polygon. Where's the polygon? More. Okay, so I'm just showing that if we take a 40-foot flood, which would be up to here, okay, and remember this is a flood now, and we could just think of a foot high, but this will be fine for you to, oh boy, I messed it up. If there's one thing they need to fix on this thing is that I don't know how to move unless I go up to there, then move this thing, and then you got to go back to the tool. There's got to be another button. Ruhif, give me a training already. You're the king of geometry. So what is that now? Is that 600? Is that where we were going? I thought we were going to 40. All right, we're going to 40. That's 20-foot flood. All right. So now we got to go down here. See, the hard part is I got to click this and then move over that way, and you're like, how do I do that? So we'll grab this. Where's the polygon? Okay, polygon. There. And you can just actually enter numbers. I'm just not good at that either. Okay, so we're going to go this way. Jeez. Put it up here for a second. Go down here for a second. But just showing you, if this is the water, and we're going to move. Close. Thank you. I knew I was going to do that. Grab the arrow again. All right. Wait, where'd my polygon go? What has happened? Control, what is it? Control Y? Isn't it a redo? Control Y? No? Great. I think that was it. Let me move this way a little bit. Anyway, I don't need to draw it for you to see. Imagine that we cover this in water. Okay, so it's still flat. Everywhere you are is level. People go outside. Water finds its level. Right. How did we build this Home Depot? We used a water level, spirit level. Great. How did we build this football field? Spirit level. And this one? Spirit level. Well, how could they all be level if it's a curve? Because that's the way the Earth works. The Earth is that big. So if you think about it, this could all be flooded. Flood all the way over here. And then people might ask, because I used to ask this question, I said, well, wouldn't it fall off on one side or the other? The answer is no, because it's protected on both sides. The whole Earth is protected like that. And if you zoom out, you could have water running all the way along here. That's still flat and level. And no matter where you went, so no matter where you go on this, if you zoom in, it's still going to be flat and level. Now, is it in line with the top line here? That's the flat line where we were? No. It's now flat and level here. but this is where you live. This is what you'd measure. So people are getting very confused, and I think it has to do with baseballs, basketballs, yoga balls, beach balls. So to our mind, we think of a ball as being something with a lot of curve. It's got, because we don't see anything large. But if you think about the Earth is so big that the gradual curve of it is unnoticeable in any walk of life. Again, unless you're looking at a rocket, right? So if you kind of draw where I was doing my rocket launch, and you look at, oh, actually I have that here. File open. Rocket launch. There we go. Discard that. Okay, so here's my rocket launch. So what did I draw here? I drew myself where I was here. I was at this height, 400 feet tall. There's me observing. Okay, and I'm looking at that purple line. I'll get this out a little bit. Okay, the flat line is the black line. The purple line goes down and it hits the horizon, which is where you can't see past there. Let's back out of here. Okay, over here we had a mountain. This is the mountain that, wait, where's that at? No, not there. There's the mountain that's in between me and the thing that's at 3,000 feet tall. Okay, and then we come here. So now here's your two different scenarios. You've got the mountain, I'm sorry, this is is this the mountain or the, hold on, I don't know where I'm at. How far is this along? This is at 510,000 feet. How far is that? 510,000 feet. What's 510,000 feet? Should I know that? I don't know what that is. 510,000 feet divided by 5280. Oh yeah, it's 100 miles. Okay, so that's the place where the mountain is that is there. This is a real mountain. On a flat Earth, it would be here. On a globe Earth, it'd be here. Notice this is my eyesight. So on a globe Earth, it would not be seen. See, so the mountain's behind the curve. But on a flat Earth, it would be seen. And so I can only see stuff above that. So I was able to draw the line and see where the line from my eyesight would hit the rocket. So let's get over here to the end of it. There we go. And so here's the height of the launch pad. If it's on a flat Earth, then the launch pad goes up and I can't see it until it hits the black line, right? That's the line that went right over the top of the mountain. So the height at takeoff should be 5750. Here's the globe Earth math. The globe Earth says that, no, Jaren, you're actually, the Earth curved away from you. You're still on the same platform. You're still launching. And when you launch, you will not see it until it hits here. Okay, that's my eyesight there. So the geometric drop, and then the height, globe height of rocket seen, 16,000, and the geometric drop is 23,000. So, I mean, you can start to see where this stuff just is, to believe then that this is all wrong. The reason I see the rocket get up there is perspective, even though it matches, this is not their math. I mean, it is, but I drew a real size of the Earth. That's what this is. It's, again, it's, look at the distance of it. Oh, now this time you're going to see it a little bit different because I put the 0 at the center. Right, so before we were at the top of the sphere at 20,930. Now it's going to be, sorry, I put this one at 0. Right, so now if you go here, now the bottom of it will be at 20, so it should be 20,039,59 times 5280. I believe that's correct. So we go down here and see what it's at. Right, so there's your middle, and there you go, 20,903,520 or whatever. So it is the actual size. So this is, I mean, you can't get around this. You just can't argue it. And the only way to argue it is to say, well, the Earth is flat and just happens to conform exactly to this size. So does the 69 miles per degree. So does the sun. So does the sunrise, sunset. So does the daylight hours north and south. So does the equator. So does the equinox. So does the tropics. So do the, I mean, all those things match the sphere Earth. How many things need to match until you give up, you tap out? How many things until you're like, you know what? I think maybe I was wrong about the flat Earth. It's just the way you got to get it. The way you got to face the facts and not just, you know, fall for these guys' lies. And I get it. The reason why is because you feel very comfortable. I think flat earthers feel comfortable in that story. They're like, the flat Earth makes more sense to me. I feel more comfortable. We're not spinning. They're very happy with that. So they just allow these guys to say whatever they want. And if I come and say something different, they hate me, but they love anybody speaking. So just saying, those are not truthers. Not truthers at all. All right, I've already gone too late. I wanted to keep my show short, and this one I just kind of kept. I obviously like talking. If you didn't notice, all right, let's keep reading this. We've got here we go. $50 from Paul Yoberg one. Thank you, Paul. What do you got here? What do you say there? He said something about. Sorry, I'm trying to get the screen back up so you can see that. Thank you. All right, so you said when I moved to Maui from St. Louis, Missouri, the Polaris star profoundly lowered in the sky, as I expected. Yes, that's what it does. And if you measure it, it will match to 69 miles per degree, as long as you stay on the same longitude, or else you're not actually 69 miles north or south. Life Matrix says, it is possible only the creator can ever understand the creation. Yeah, but Life Matrix, I mean, if you've been watching the show, and I agree with what some of the things you said to me, but at the other side, you must really want for it to be a simulation, or you must really want for it to not be a sphere, because the evidence tells you it's a sphere. So if you're, what evidence that I'm telling you is enough for you to say, no, it's not what you're saying? That's my question. The only thing I can think of people saying is that they don't feel like we're zooming through Earth or zooming through space or something. But if the Earth matches, like, I don't care about any of that. What I care about is, are we being lied to about the shape of the Earth? The answer is no. The Earth is a sphere. It's a ball. That's it. Now, if you want to add other things, well, Jaron, does that mean this? Does that mean that? I don't really care right now. I told you I'm not a science major. I don't want to know about dark matter or dark energy. It doesn't matter. But if we're not being lied to, then I can move on with my life. I can move on and say the Earth's a sphere like I felt it was before. And it doesn't do any damage to me. It doesn't hurt me. Like, oh, the Earth's a sphere. Do I feel like we're spinning? Nope, but I don't care. I don't even know if we're spinning. But regardless, the Earth's a ball. And I think that even if you got into the conversation about whether it's geocentric or heliocentric, I don't even know if that has an answer. It might be such that it's all relative. That whether you're on the Earth or whether you're on the sun, you're going to have different opinions. On the Earth, it looks like the sun goes around you. On the sun, it looks like the Earth goes around you. On Mars, it would look like the sun goes around you. You know, it's the same thing. Now, granted, the heliocentric model has pretty good evidence as far as it looks like a lot of those planets do go around the sun, right? So then you'd have to kind of include yourself. But again, to me, that's just not worth the argument, because I can't say, well, I don't agree with that, so we must not be on a sphere. No, the facts say we are on a sphere. So now I'll look for other facts if we need to get other information, but that's a no-brainer. So thank you very much for $50. It's very nice of you. We've got, we read that one. Thank you very much, Life Matrix. We've got, I wonder why that keeps doing that. If we use lights in the sky to show our location, why is Venus visible well past 9 p.m.? Doesn't this challenge the globe model? So I think that I was going to show people how that works, but I didn't get a chance to map it out here on GeoGebra. So it doesn't on any kind of small scale. So if you're ever looking at an image or somebody draws it on paper, it will never work, because it's actually much, much, much larger. And the distances between the sun and the planets is much, much, much bigger than any paper can show, right? So, but I will map it out for you and show you how that works. I don't think I've ever seen a video about it or anything. Somebody mapped that it does work recently. Was it Karen? I don't remember. But anyway, I'm putting that down on my list here because I would like to see that myself. It's one of the questions that I have not really come to a solid conclusion on. I do believe that it does work because I've seen somebody do it, but they had to map it on GeoGebra. So there's the sun, this one, okay, and then you do that. All right, I got it. Yeah, but that is a good call out. I mean, I do see where people say there's an issue there. But it's because everything we see is such a small scale. All right, we love you, Jaron. Rock on. Thank you very much. Audit the simulation, $5. Appreciate it. We've got Icy Spin says weird flat earthers won't make predictions for this. Right. I applaud you, bro. Thank you very much to NANA. Thank you for that. Very kind. We've got Reds would like to chat with you at the stream end. Thank you. It'd be great. So you can say he's apologized for calling me a liar. Thank you. And we've got Jaron. Reds trying to get in contact via Skype. He has a challenge with options. Challenge. Okay. Fire up Skype again. Yeah, I did. That's where I reached out to him. So, and I believe that's the oops. Night Kennedy. Something here. All right. What's going on here? That's weird. I saw a $100 super chat, but it's not on this list. Wait. What happened here? Well, I lost this. There's no scroll bar on this thing. Gosh, so stupid. Where did I see that one? Oh, I see it up here, but I don't see it on the thing. Thank you very much. Hey, Ron Rostenbear. There he is. He says, hey, Jaron, you believed in the globe that then went flat for a decade and have arrived as the globe again. None of that changes our friendship. I'm not lying when I say I believe we live on a enclosed stationary topographical plane. I'll keep researching and wish you well. Yeah, I wish you well as well. But you made it sound like all you care about is the truth. All I care about is the truth. And So I'm showing you plenty of evidence that tells you that what you currently believe is nowhere near the truth. It's impossible for the earth to be flat that you believe in because it doesn't match any observations. So to me, what do you think? What do you expect me to think? If there was something that I believed that didn't match any observation, okay? So I believe that that houses are upside down in the sky. And you're like, can I get some evidence of that? And I'm like, no, I just believe it. You're like, oh, well, here's evidence that the houses are all on the ground. Yeah, but I still believe it. So at some point, wouldn't you say that, and then I said, well, I'm searching for the truth. Wouldn't you say, well, Jaron, how could you be searching for the truth if there's evidence showing you the houses are on the ground and there's no evidence showing you that the houses are on the sky? So wouldn't that be enough to be like, oh, I guess you can say you're searching for the truth, but really you're searching for your truth. You want the truth that you already agreed to or that you already believe to be true. That's my whole point, is that people can say, I mean, anybody can say I'm searching for the truth. Sure, searching for the truth. But, I mean, Dave Weiss says he's searching for the truth. Is Dave Weiss searching for the truth? Mark Sargent says he's searching for the truth while he lies about us. So I should believe him? So I no longer believe people simply on their words. So people can say, anybody can say, they're looking for the truth. But then when you show them evidence that the sun goes right to left in the south, that the sun goes on the Tropic of Capricorn and goes around the southern continent, that Antarctica is a continent that anybody can go to, that the sun matches perfectly where it's supposed to be, that the South Celestial Pole is in the sky from Punta Arenas and all the stars rotate around it. It does not move across the sky, making the fact that the people in South America, South Africa, and Australia all see it impossible. What's below the South Celestial Pole? Clearly the South Pole. Now, you can believe Dave Weiss's fancies that they're everywhere on that circle is the South Pole, which makes no sense. Again, they have a place with a barbershop pole there where people can go. So where's that at? It has to be close to Union Glacier, by the way. It has to be within about 2 hours of flight. But I think that plane goes slower. So probably it's about 690 miles, I think. So again, that's maybe 2 or 3 hours flight. But it's close to Union. So it can't be. Then how would somebody from South Africa get there? If it's way over by where Union Glacier is. How would somebody from Australia get there? It's on the other side of the world. So there's enough evidence now that it is willful ignorance. It's willful choice to simply believe what you want to believe. That's all. But I appreciate the super chat. Very kind of you. You've always been very nice to me. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to point out, I'm just speaking truth. Whether people like it or not, I don't care. I'm going to let truth lead me. And that's why I get upset, is if I believe I am doing the bidding of truth. So I am searching for the truth. And so even if my friends hate me now, even if I make way less money, even if I'm not, going to have to get a job, truth is what's most important. So when somebody else says all that matters to me is truth, but they don't follow the evidence, then to me, I'm just like, well, that doesn't seem right. Because then if I'm saying I'm following the truth and you're saying you're following the truth, but we both have different opinions or different beliefs, then one of us isn't following the truth. That's all it comes down to. Now, you might believe I'm not, but I can show you why I believe what I do. I don't know if you can show me why you don't believe in a South Pole, why you don't believe that the sun goes behind the people in Australia. I mean, none of that works with an AE map. So that's my hardest thing, is I don't know how to get it across to people that you can believe in fanciful shit. Just get out of the science arena. You should not be trying to use evidence and facts and things like that to prove something that isn't scientific. The idea of science is, here is a claim. Here is a way to test it. Let's do the test and find out if my claim is true. That's all science is. And so if you're somebody who says, I don't have a model, I don't have a map, I don't make claims, okay, then go home. Call it a night. You call it a year. You're done. What do you want us to have a conversation with you about? You don't have a map. Okay. You don't have a model. Okay. You can't make predictions. You can't say where we live. You can't supplant the current belief. Then you're stuck. What are you doing? So that's my problem, is that I think that all these guys are taking the easy road out. None of them are actually going by observations. I mean, it's clear as day if you went down to Union Glacier. Clear as day. That's the sun. It goes around you. It did exactly what it does in that spot. It has to be willful ignorance or, people I thought were smart, I don't think we're smart anymore. There's people out there that I thought were way smarter than me that I realized I was wrong. I was wrong. Those people are not. They are, they can fake smart or something, but they're not smart enough to use the evidence of the world around them to reach a conclusion. And that's scary, because they're just choosing other things to worry about. And they're just not understanding that if the question is whether the shape of the earth is one or the other, then you take both of them to the table and you let them figure out, which one has better evidence. One of them has amplitudes of evidence. And flight path designed on it, and everything else is used constantly. And then the other one isn't really used much, except for in the north, you can still make it work a little bit. But in the south, it's completely and totally wrong. And again, this is the most important thing. There will never be another flat Earth map. So if the AE map has been disqualified, there is no more flat Earth. So the only way flat Earth survives is with lies. That's where we're at. So if the flat Earth is still here in 6 months, I can guarantee you that there's been 6 months of lies. If it's still here in 5 years, it's been 5 years of lies. And if it's still here in 10 years, then it's been 10 years of lies. Very simple. Because you're not going to come out with another flat Earth map. You're not going to fix the thing. The whole time, from the beginning of flat Earth until now, we had these things come up and we were always trying to fix them. Maybe something else would happen, this would happen, another map would come. So we had this ambiguity about it. At this point, that's gone. The trip to Antarctica has proven that the AE map, or has shown that the AE map is disqualified. It is debunked. It is falsified. Great. So we can mark that down. Now, I think a lot of people have admitted that. I've heard people say, oh yeah, it disproved the AE map, but it didn't disprove flat Earth. Okay. So the next step becomes, what is the next map other than the AE map? And the answer is, there will never be one. There cannot be one. I'm not just saying that. I'm explaining to you why that's the case. You draw a map for me that matches observations, meaning it has to have an equator, has to have a north and south tropic that the sun only goes to on June 21st and December 21st. You draw that on a piece of paper with the continents in the known order. What do you have? I thought that was debunked. So there is no chance for flat Earth to ever be correct. You'll never wake up and the Earth will never be flat, period. No matter how many times Nathan Oakley tells you we can't measure angles, blah, 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 curve baseline. Nope, just wrong. Just grifting, just trying to take your money, and they're too afraid to admit the truth. If you guys were real entrepreneurs or smart as you think you are, you would just be able to move on to something else. There's still enough lies in the world. You'll be fine. But the problem is that you can't get off this because it's what you think makes you. You know, Mark Sargent, like I said the other day, the flat Earth is Mark Sargent is the flat Earth, right? Those things are synonymous. So if the flat Earth is nothing, what does that make Mark Sargent? So that's why you'll never see Mark drop it. In fact, Mark said on his show, I will never change my mind. And yet he's in a scientific discussion. That's a strongly held religious position. And in that case, you don't get to be in scientific discussions because you're not invoking science. You're invoking feelings and whims. So anyway, let me see here. I don't understand why this is not showing up in my list, though. Thank you for that. There you go. Yeah, please keep researching. But I think that if you're talking about the shape of the Earth, there's enough evidence now that you should be able to come to a conclusion. That is the weirdest thing, man. It does not show up in this list of super chats. I wonder if anybody else super chat that I'm not seeing. Let me just check my back room real quick and make sure that this thing's not malfunctioning. You can check them from YouTube back room. I usually don't have to do that, but his isn't showing up. So where's this one? Don't know what's going on with that. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Let's go here. And we will bid you a fond farewell. What do we have coming up? So we know rocket launch tonight. The rocket launch is on Sunday night. And my plan is to go and film that, and then I'll go live after it, and we'll sync it up and see what happens. Again, this is not a biased experiment. This is not a biased observation. I'm simply telling you, I'm going to go and film a rocket launch from 180 miles away. I know what time it launches. I'm going to point my camera in that direction around that time, hit record. We'll see what happens. We'll bring that footage back, and then we'll watch the live stream, and we'll match them so that they're at the equal positions, and then we'll see, when did I see the rocket? That's all we're doing. There's no bias there. Somebody told me, somebody told me the other day, like, oh, it's just affirming the consequent. You're just saying, if rocket seen here, then Earth ball, rocket seen here, Earth ball. That's not what I'm doing. Please don't do that. I don't want to do that. I'm taking an observation, and then we're going to see which one it matches. I'm going to go studio. Where is it? YouTube studio. I always forget how to get there. Earned or something? Earn. And super chats. Supers. All right, let's see. We got it. Okay, so that is the last one. So Jaron Red's trying to get in contact with you via Skype. Okay, I'll look out for him. Run Boston Bear. So you should be between here and here. So when Nick, where's Wally, right? And then it skips you and goes right to NANA, IC spin. So weird. Why? Is it because you're at the top of the screen? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't know that people up there wouldn't get put down there. So thank you very much. Run Boston Bear is one of the nicest guys, though. But I just think that at this point, if somebody's going to tell me that they're following the evidence, then they can come talk to me. I'll give you a free consultation where I'll walk you through what I just did this entire show. But please, the only thing I ask people, like I asked Kyle and everybody else, is that for the people that come to me and ask questions, I then ask them, like, have you watched my videos? Well, no, I don't. Well, okay, and I'm not going to be able to answer you individually. That's why I do a video, so that many people can watch the same thing, rather than me have to go person by person and explain it to you. Now, if you need a one-off, if you're like, I still don't understand, will you explain to me how you think the South Pole exists? Sure, I will. There's a South Celestial Pole. It's 180 degrees from the North Celestial Pole. There's a North Pole. It's below the North Celestial Pole. What do you think's below the South Celestial Pole? You've asked those guys that were on that feed, they would say, I don't know. I don't know. It could be anything. It's probably Vanished Land. It's probably Mystery Land. Maybe that's where all the rockets are when they take off and I don't see them for a minute 5. They're all at that spot where they're all at the South Pole. You can't see it. It's invisible. It's like magic. I don't know. That sounds a little bit crazy to me. So, all right. Is the school over yet? Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Did you have a school bell like that? Ours was like a that's how ours bell was in high school. Kind of bugged. All right. Thank you guys very much. I still don't have, we're going to listen to the Jeranism song on the way out of here because that's just easier. Like I said, Sunday. Wait, I thought there's something going on tomorrow. What do I have going on tomorrow? Something's going on tomorrow. Saturday. Oh, yeah, family thing. All right, never mind. I thought it was work related. All right, we've got, yes, Sunday's the rocket launch, and then we'll be back next week. Nathan Thompson, if you're out there and you want to get back to me, please, text would be great to let me know if you want to debate Robert and Wolfie 6020 on, well, not really a debate, it could be a conversation. You're supposed to bring somebody, could be Dave Weiss, could be Banjo, could be, I don't know who else you want to bring. But it'll be more of a discussion, doesn't need to be necessarily a debate, but they think that you're misrepresenting flights and you must think that they're wrong about flights. So let's get together and talk about it, shall we? We shall. All right. This is where I'm wrong here. This one goes here. Okay. All right. Much love to you guys. We will see you very soon. Oh, by the way, did Nick, you have the rest of today. Is it not Nick Havoc, but the Nick who won the coins last week? You've not contacted me at t.me/Jeranism to give me your address, and somebody else has requested those coins. They want them really bad. I told them if you went a whole week without contacting me that I was going to give them to them. So please, if you could get to me by the end of today, or else they're going to go to somebody else and you lose. You lose. Good day, sir. All right. That is it for episode number 8. We'll be back again with another episode next week. We are going to be talking a lot about the radio show this week. I've got some ideas. Some people really want to get their show on the road. So that'll be coming up soon. That'll be at rebelsradio.com. Yes. I was almost thinking it's the other way around. Rebels Radio. Yes. And that is it, I believe. Anything else I need to think of? Is there anything else I need to mention? Don't lie about people, please. Please, whatever you do. And remember that you can do your own research. And when you do, you'll never, ever, ever again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by using lights in the sky, because you can. Tell Dave Weiss that he's not allowed to make up his own rules, which is what he must think he's doing. I don't really know why they're coming up with that. And how that got carried on, I mean, that just shows you cult mentality, right? Like, that's such a wrong statement, and yet they all say it now. It's not even close to being true. There's no other thing like that in life that we're just able to, oh, that evidence? We don't look at that. Why not? Because it proves us wrong, so we don't look at that. Oh. That's weird, though, because then what are the chances that you find evidence that proves you're right if there's evidence that proves you're wrong? So you want us to hold off because you think there's going to be some evidence that's going to prove that you're right. But literally, that's going to be very difficult considering there's evidence that shows you're wrong. Doesn't seem like it's going to probably be the best method or probably going to happen anytime soon. All right, much love to you guys. It is Jeranism, wishing you love, peace, happiness, and all that stuff. We'll see you guys next time. Till then, this has been Jeranism. Much love and peace.
I know this dude named Jaren and he's looking real fine. And no, I'm not a homo, but I gotta try to make him mine. Cause he holds all of the secrets that the ancients once kept. But the way to Jaren's heart is proving you have once leapt from a volcano or a cliff or an airplane into danger without fear, crying, screaming, waking babies in their mangers. He can smell your fear from 1,000 miles away. And if you try to deceive him, well, today's your last day. You can bet he doesn't want a coward or a liar coming up to him saying, can you be my friend? Maybe you can man enough and lay it down in front of him and show him you're strong enough to go out on a limb. He's got enough ladies lining number on the Pluggedville, 747's loading number on the clock. A lot of men are crying every single day, praying for a Jaren day, but they can't afford the price to pay. All the women want him and all dudes want to be Jaren, but the fact of the matter is, there's only one Jaren. He's got an internet following that forms a giant group. He can translate ancient tablets using alphabet soup, which he rarely even does, though it fetches big money. He doesn't even need it cause he sweats pure honey. His fans send him gifts, make him gifs, jump off cliffs, just for the once in a lifetime honor of seeing Jaren take a sip of his famous oat stew. That's right, he's a stew chef. You may say, what's a stew chef? Well, you've probably never seen a stew chef cause there's only one stew chef and it's Jaren cooking it up. He's known for only filling friends and family's cups with his decadent sludge that he boils all night, every night, all night, every night. It's out of sight. He can do a dance that makes everybody pee their beds and make a mess and cause stress. He's on a mission with the Jerry Berry Blitz and the Jerry Berry Twist. He's riling up the world. You can do the Jerry Berry Blitz and the Jerry Berry Twist. You can imitate the best just like the rest. Come on, Jaren, show the world what you got now. He's gonna show you his dance. He's gonna show you his skills, his dancing skills. Check him out, y'all. Jaren's powers grow with every fight, and every fight that he fights, he destroys his opponent and leaves a sticky mess on the ground. He wages war when provoked, and when provoked, he starts to smoke out of his butthole, and that's when you run away or die. Cities topple, buildings fall, mountains melt, and rivers stall when Jaren says so, cause he does what he wants when he wants. Sovereign nations all bow down when Jaren comes around. They know they can't match his skills, yeah, they've all heard this song. He's lived for thousands of years and caused innumerable tears and broken so many hearts, I just don't know where to start. His flow's unbreakable, swagger unshakable, his style's impeccable, and you can't do anything when he competes at Pizza Prize Bowl. Girls want to marry him, but a mate would only slow him down, and besides, you know that he would never ever share his crown. He's left everyone he's met depressed, torn up, and